And I'm the chairman and founder of TBA21 of TBA21 Academy. I really am extremely grateful for this opportunity given to us by ARCO to participate and to this afternoon, which I hope you will enjoy. I hope you've had time to see the fair in the meantime. There's wonderful things to be seen. So we've actually taken this opportunity to create a safe space where we can imagine together how important it is to give artists a voice and how important it is to support artists in their practice, but also in their lives and their commitments to the urgencies of our time and how they wish to express it through their creative processes. With more and more artists from around the world taking up this banner, taking up this challenge towards making visible all the systemic injustices that have been very much exposed by COVID, but that are appearing in the world, and by bringing their creative practice to explore some of the most urgent topics of our time, and sometimes some of the most explosive, and some are even too big for us as individuals to possibly. These are social, environmental issues that we're addressing. Also, as we have changed our program, TBA21 has engaged in this practice since very early. We founded in 2002, and already in 2004, we embarked on our first commission, Cuba, by Kudlu Gataman, a Turkish artist, which this work focused on the plight of some Kurdish villagers in a small community outside of Istanbul. And the importance of they felt of their identity, of their language, of preserving their culture, then a complete takeover by the city of Istanbul as it grew 9 to 14 million tons. Later on this year, this work was included in the permanent and rehang of the permanent collection at the Reina Sofia, as we donated this work to the Reina Sofia. And it's incredibly important for us that this recognition of such work and the beginning of our practice of addressing art as an agent of change, which has really forged our path and the way we have been approaching most of our commissions and co-productions over the years, which now number nearly 300 works. We'll start today with the Academy, TBA21 Academy, which is celebrating its 10-year anniversary this year. And this talk will address the importance of work with advocacy, artistic practice, and new language for policy making. It's moderated of the TBA21 Academy, Marcus Raymond, and me, the wonderful truth writer, and well, you are a curator and professor at the Academy of Art and Design in Basel, and Barbara Casavecchia is a writer from Venice, Brussels, Milan, sorry. Rosella Biscotti, who's also an artist, who's going to take my place, who's an artist. At TBA21, we are made at the targeting of artists' freedoms, particularly during the brutal coup recently in Myanmar, which has to seek to silence journalists, writers, artists, and journalists in that country. We are even more dismayed by the imprisonment of Hamlet Lavastida last week on his return to Cuba. And as TBA21 profoundly supports those artists who contribute to peace and tolerance, through their artistic freedom. This is something we must fight for in a world which is rising in fundamentalism in many countries. And it is absolutely our pleasure to have made some rearranged our program today in order to be able to include a panel by Marco Castillo, as we are committed to peace and tolerance. So Marco Castillo brought together a panel at 3. Sorry, I have to. I have a dry throat. Don't worry about my coughing. It's just very dry. So this conflict, this can be at 3. And it will be curated by a new curator, TBA21, Sofia, Lemos, with Marco Castillo, Cuauhtémoc. No, excuse me, I don't want to get this. Thank you. Cuauhtémoc Medina, Chief Curator at MUAC, Contemporary Art of Mexico, and Gerardo Mosquera, writer and curator from Cuba. This is a very important talk. I look forward to all of you being part of that. Also, maybe a hard turn afterwards. It's important to create a space for poetics as a subversive to open up political discourse. So please stay for us 4:30. Chief Curator of TBA21, Soledad Gutierrez. So we'll talk to 2 wonderful women artists that actually were part of our new online platform Stage, which stands for Streaming Age. It was a platform that was set up at the middle of last year, in order to support artists and independent art practitioners who believe in art as an agent of change, first of all, but also in order to protect the immense cultural loss that was about to be happening if all of these organizations like ourselves and others didn't make a special effort to reach out to artists in their independent practices during this pandemic and during the COVID-19. So I'm really, really hopeful that some of you will stay on for this last because we have 2 artists from Spain, Sion Molines Gordo. She's a researcher and an artist who has a wonderful show at Travesía Cuatro at the moment. And Himali Singh Soing, who's a wonderful writer and artist and activist from India. She'll be joining us online. So there's a bit of a hybrid between people that will be here and online. But thank you all so much. And I very much want to thank Maribel Lopez, who gave us this incredible opportunity and to create this safe space here at ARCO. And Ana Alvarez, who coordinated all these roundtables with us. Thank you so much for your flexibility and all these last-minute changes. And I really want to thank everybody from TBA21, Carlos Uros, and the whole team, Soledad, Elena, Noelia. Thank you all. I have a wonderful team here in Madrid. It's growing, and an incredible team of people. And now I'm going to zoom off and let you get on wonderful talks. Thank you so much. Marcus, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jessica, for this fabulous introduction. And also the inspiration and the courage that you bring this and allow for these spaces to be created within the organization. That I think this is incredibly courageous nowadays to do something like that. I hope you didn't try to correlate the images that you saw to what French, because this was a test run for Rosella's presentation and had nothing to do with what Francesca said. But I mentioned I'm the director and co-founder together with her of TBA21 Academy, and being born out of TBA21, we're clearly a art organization, but we think of ourselves as a cultural and creative ecosystem that aims to foster a deeper relationship to the ocean through the lens of art, to inspire care and action. And now you can say, well, art world, why do you care about the ocean? There's a number of very easy facts to that. The ocean covers 72%. Every other breath that we comes from the ocean. Seaman and Sofia Lemos, but also in the kind of situation that we find ourselves in right now, what has changed from climate change to crisis and maybe climate cat following right now as we see the ocean burning. The ocean is our biggest and best ally in mitigating the effects of the climate crisis. And so 10 years ago, we embarked, always together with artists, to ask ourselves the question, what is the ocean? And how do we relate to it? How do we with it? And in the beginning, this was a relatively unstructured, meandering pursuit and process until a number of years later, we came to the understanding that this actually needs a format. We had met a number of friends. We made colleagues with scientists. We had legal experts and indigenous leadership joining us. And this gathering and these coming togethers needed some kind of format. For the past 10 years, the program was situated on a boat, a 39-meter explorer vessel called Dardanella, where we invited artists and scientists, environmentalists, legal experts, and so on, as I said before, to come together for times of 2 weeks, intense times of 2 weeks, to live with, in, and on, and from. We started thinking, from there we started imagining, from there we started working. Production of artworks in the beginning was never a factor. It was not about producing more objects. It was really about being together, about being on the ocean, about thinking with the ocean and from the ocean, and thinking with and from change. But what happened was that the urgencies around the ocean became more and more apparent. 10 years ago when we started this, plastic was already in the ocean, the oceans were already rising, the acidification was rising, and everything was already happening. Very few people were talking about this. And in the art world, it was very seldomly addressed. So we were met with a certain kind of skepticism when we embarked on this. But as I said, a couple of years later, we started formulating this, and the first program that we formulated was the Current. And the Current is a 3-year fellowship program. At the time, it was a 3-year fellowship program. Now we've changed the format a little bit, where we invited curators to lead these on an annual journey on the Dardanella and bring 5 people, ideally from different disciplines, together to engage with the places, communities that we were visiting under several aspects that we had. But the underlying story was really how to build relationships and to communicate and sense around the ocean in a different way. As I said, making objects was not the incentive. So when 6 months after these journeys, we came together again in 2 to 3 day performance of ideas, multi-format conferences to give to questions and findings that were arising these journeys to an audience, but to give as entry points into these as possible. So whether from children's workshops to keynote speeches, performances to screenings to poetry reading and so on. Of this cycle was Utemeta Bauer, who was meant to join us later this year. This day sadly can't join us because of the time difference to Singapore. But I'm very happy that I'm joined by Chus Martinez, who took over the leadership of the current for the second cycle. And within time, there were a number of questions, carbon footprint of the program, questions, the ethics of visiting, and others. And so over the last years, we were thinking, how can we reformulate this program and how can we structure it? And as a we jumped ship, we abandoned the boat last year during Chus's last year of her leadership. And we needed to find a new form. So the last year of leadership of the current turned digital. And there was sensing the ocean from afar. Desde lejos, Rosela Biscotti, por ejemplo, uno de estos after that, todo a distancia, obviamente, debido took over, and she needed to go with the new format. The new format is now dissolving the 3-year into a 5-year cycle, weaving 3 streams together. The stream this year with the meditors is a collaborative research project,
vamos a trabajar con
creating this around the shores of the Mediterranean, finding a different narrative, the border on the planet or the Western civilization for the Mediterranean. Next year we'll start a strand in Oceania, and the year after we start a strand in the Caribbean. The idea is to weave these 3 bodies of water into conversation with each other. And at the end of every cycle, every 3rd year, there will be an exhibition at Ocean Space in Venice, starting next year, starting the year after. With Barbara, because Chus is currently curating a 2-year cycle coming out of the research that she did for the past 3 years. This year we have Taloy Havini from Bougainville, the autonomous region of Papua New Guinea. Later this year we will have Isabel Lewis, and next year we have a fantastic program waiting for us as well. But with that, Chus, I'm going to come with you. And here's Rosella.
Y también tenemos a Rosela ya. ¿Qué tal, Rosela?
Can you hear us?
¿Nos escuchas?
Yes.
Sí, os escucho.
Great.
Estupendo.
Hi,
muy bien.
Welcome.
Bueno, pues bienvenido.
And thank you for joining.
Y muchísimas gracias por venir.
Chus, I'm going to come to you. You have also worked with Rosela, but I come to you first with
con Rosela
how did
quería preguntarte cómo
this program
programa
kind of finding
que todavía estaba intentando encontrar su camino cuando estamos teniendo en cuenta que
from the coast.
Bueno, es verdad,
the ocean not really your topic.
No es tu área de investigación, es la parte costera, pero ¿cómo encontraste
Well, I must
ese
say
camino?
that it's a very privileged invitation to have, to be able to participate in a program. What main aim is actually to think about the program in itself, and also questions that we may pose very different disciplines. Like in talking, I came about 2 elements that they were very important to me. The production of a space, which is a book that was published in a French philosopher Henri Lefebvre, and he's talking at that time about how it's produced, and he talks about it, giving us examples, the fact that a constructed space, so urban space, has the possibility of being perceived as something very concrete, as a place where culture happens, but also transcending the functional part of a space, counter the possibility of as a space that's political because of the encounter of many perceptions and experiences of the need of a space that belongs to all of us. And it's very fitting that expression, the production of a space, is something
es algo que ha existido siempre, pero lo cierto es que no es así. Fue la primera persona.
In the same year, 1980, Gaston Bachelard, quite late in his career, published another book, which is called The Psychoanalysis, and where he's trying to analyze an element of nature, fire, in a psychoanalytical way. So trying to a natural
Estamos intentando
element
entender
under the
un elemento
parameters
natural
of culture.
en base a los
And then
parámetros lógicos de la cultura
I've been
humana.
thinking when you invited me,
Cuando me invitasteis,
okay, we are
yo
talking
pensaba,
about
vale, vamos a
space
hablar
when
de
we talk about the
espacio.
ocean,
Cuando
but
hablamos
we
del
normally talk
océano,
about the other space
normalmente
of
hablamos de otros
culture,
espacios dentro de la
and we
cultura.
also take for granted
Y
that this
damos
other
por
space
sentado que estos
for
otros
culture is going
espacios
to
de
be
la
mapped.
cultura
So it's going to be
están
studied,
están estudiados.
under
Es
the
algo que
tools and the language
absorbemos
of
porque
modern
han sido
science.
observados
And that the way
por las
that modern science
herramientas
is
de la
going to
ciencia
analyze it
moderna,
is
que lo han
going to then
analizado, que lo han
produce some sort
producido,
of an
por lo
effect
tanto, una
in
serie
the
de
space of
efecto en el
culture.
propio
But what if
espacio de la
we
cultura.
take that reflection
Pero
of
lo
the
que hicimos
commonality
fue
of an
analizar
experience that we need to
ese
take
espacio
together
comunal como una
to the ocean,
experiencia que
and we
hacemos todos
conceive that the
conjuntamente, lo
ocean
llevamos al
is
océano y el
also
océano
public
se convirtió
space,
por lo tanto en un
is
espacio
also space
público
for art,
porque es un
and
espacio
then of
como
course the
tal
way
para el
that
arte también.
we should then
Y
be interested in how
por
art
eso
and
nos debe
artists interact
interesar
with
no
this space
solamente cómo
is
el
similar
arte y los
to
artistas
the
interactúan con
psychoanalysis of
cualquier
fire.
espacio, porque en el
It
fondo es como el
means that
psicoanálisis del
artists,
fuego. Quiere decir
different
que el
from other
artista,
disciplines, they don't go
a
with
diferencia de
an
otras
intentionality.
disciplinas, no
In the
va a este
same way
espacio
that
con una
fire
intencionalidad. Del
does
mismo
not
modo que el
burn
fuego no
intentionally,
quema cosas de forma
to
intencionada.
destroy or to warm
No
us
plantea,
up.
¿vale? Voy a
But
destruir
still,
o voy a darles
it
calor.
happens.
No lo hace,
And
simplemente
this making it
es.
happen, creating an
Pues es un poco el
experience in
mismo
a place that
concepto,
may
una
be perceived
experiencia
as public.
que
It means that it's public
nos
for the
permite ver el
communities
espacio como
living
algo
there.
público, porque lo
Animals
vive,
and
también
other
es público
forms of
para
life
toda la vida que habita en ese
also
espacio.
public for those
Y también
that
es
may not
público
have
para
any
los que
connection with
no
the
están
ocean.
conectados en absoluto
How
con
can
el
we actually
océano.
expand
Pero a
that
ver, ¿cómo
imagination
podemos
that is very
ampliar
abstract,
esta
that is very
imagen
difficult,
tan
and then
abstracta y
learn
compleja y al mismo tiempo producir un lenguaje, una filosofía, una mutualidad y también una experiencia que puede tener, por lo tanto, un impacto en esa experiencia sistémica del mundo artístico que conocemos, basado principalmente en las colecciones, en los patrimonios artísticos, las exposiciones y espacios expositivos, que lo que hacen es eso, mostrar piezas de arte. ¿Qué podemos aprender del océano para poder modificar nuestros sistemas actuales? ¿Cuáles son los métodos que podemos desarrollar para poder descentralizar estas ideas que tenemos sobre las acciones directas que ejercemos y también las acciones que tenemos a la hora de pedirle a las comunidades, a las instituciones, a que hagan cosas? ¿O qué esperamos de ellas? No, para mí fueron 3 años de estudios espectaculares en los que descubrí cosas que no sabía. Yo sabía que los científicos querían trabajar con artistas, pero no era consciente de que nosotros también tenemos mucho que aportar. No es tanto como que la ciencia nos presenta al mundo de una manera que nosotros podemos ilustrar, sino precisamente lo contrario. Nosotros le damos a la estructura científica que a veces no tiene la sensibilidad de la poscolonialidad o el género o el lenguaje, que son tan importantes a la hora de crear ideas diferentes dentro de una comunidad política, y que nosotros consideramos primordiales, no solamente para la investigación principal, sino para la inclusión de los conocimientos vernaculares e indígenas dentro de los corpus de estudio y las metodologías de estudio, así como la propia distribución
information about our
de la
planet and the
información
urgencies of
centrada
the
tanto
planet
en nuestro planeta como en sus
around. So,
en todo.
as I said, I think that
Tal y como he
it is
dicho,
very fertile
si
to work
bien
with
es
these
una cooperación
communities,
fértil
and it has
trabajar
been,
con
of
estas
course,
comunidades.
especially interesting
Ha
to
sido
be
muy
able
interesante poder
to have a space like the ocean
tener
space,
un
which is kind of a
espacio
roof for these many communities that you put together, that you invite, and then try to create a meta community in order to address all these issues from very different points of view, and also try to exercise an interaction with education, with the local communities, with the digital, and with science. So it's, as I said, it has been a very kind of, fertile process.
Part of the framing of the talk is around ocean advocacy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's around ocean advocacy. And then you can ask yourself, if this is about ocean advocacy, why don't you areas and why you can't hear me? Now you hear me? Oh, Now you hear me better. So what I was saying is that part of the framing of the topic is ocean advocacy, right? And if you think about advocacy, you might ask yourself, why don't you go into marine protected areas? Why don't you do lobbying? Why don't you do all these things that seem more like actions, which are spaces we intervene in? We have become observers at the Seabed Authority, which is a policy around the governance of the seabed. We're advisors to the European Union and the European Commission's project, Mission Healthy Ocean, and so on. But I think the advocacy that we're doing is an advocacy for community, for relationship, for care, and more for slowness. Now we've started producing exhibitions, we've started producing artworks, and I think it is important that we provide a different kind of possibility of all of these ideas and concepts, communities that come together to work together. But nevertheless, coming to you, Barbara, because all of a sudden you have to deal with a completely different format. You have to reimagine the format of the current without the tool of the boat, without being housed on the ocean, but still need to find these moments of intensity, of togetherness with a group that you're bringing together, but also proximity to the ocean, which is a... So how are you about this?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's such a great pleasure to be here in person for a change.
I think we still need the...
Now.
I still...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Now you're on.
Oh, thank you. I was saying that, first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here also in person after many long-distance relationships. The way I am starting to go about it, because my cycle, which is number 3, has just started in January. So I think that slowness is really an element of what defines the way I'm trying to bring about this research. Slowness coming from different factors. It's about the fact that the perception of time, if one looks at a space like the Mediterranean or the Mediterraneans, which is probably a way more correct way of framing such, and with all its complexity, it's long durational, and it doesn't, it doesn't operate very well in terms of speed. It takes a lot of time to build relationships and significant collaborations around that space. It takes time to make friends and listen. So the way I'm trying to work around this is also by taking inspiration from simple action, walking. Last year, I came to, my collaboration with TBA21 Academy through that I had the great pleasure of mentoring together with Louise Carver. And when everything in Venice, which is, the house of ocean space and the exhibition venue for TBA21 Academy, when the city was empty and everything seemed to be closed and shut and silence, and suddenly, the impossible condition that the city is usually experiencing with the masses and the extractive industry of tourism and all the difficult conditions of the ecosystem around the city, it all became visible. But we didn't have an exhibition space. So because of COVID, everything was still closed. So what can you do when you don't have a physical venue? Maybe you start venturing out and trying and find where building a relationship with the space around you, which starts from a different point. And so we started a series of walks and to understand how the space outside of the exhibition, to start hearing to a number of voices from the city. And there were voices of activists, of scientists, of artists, of storytellers, of people who knew very well the local history. And this method of just walking together, of sort of breaking also the vertical setting, I would say, the usual institutional setting where knowledge is coming from one place and being shared in also physically I mean, by a situation which is similar to this one, started to change. I mean, during walking, there's no order for conversations, and things can change at a really sort of individual pace. So we've learned from, and also instead of embarking, we decided to walk around the lagoon. We will do next week with a group of friends and co-researchers. The most important thing is that we'll be not only guided, but I mean, we will follow the steps of an artist based in Venice and Amsterdam, Giorgio Andreotta Calò, who was walking as part of his practice. Over the last few weeks in June, he walked all around the perimeter of the Venetian lagoon for a piece called Lacuna, which resonates both with the title. I mean, laguna in Italian is the lagoon, but also the gap, something missing, something you're unable to see. And what does it mean to literally walk along the line separating the wet from the dry? And what happens when that line is interrupted, not only by the natural movements of tides, but economical interests, privatizations of areas, and so forth. So we will try and reproduce for a section his walk together and try and see what I sort of situating our knowledge. But we also have here Rossella, which is a natural movement, a current herself from the second current to the third current, because Chus commissioned a piece to Rossella for one of the previous iterations, and now Rossella has been at work, and she's still at work on the journey that I would love for her to introduce. But it's a piece that somehow resonates with so many of the topics. The title of the current tree, it's a working title, as many things. It's Mediterraneans, thus waves come in pairs, and Tel Adnan, because it's from a beautiful poem by Tel Adnan, Sea and Fog. And in the title of that poem, Sea and Fog, I mean, there's two elements of seeing and not seeing, being constantly capable of actually visualizing such an open space, and at the same time dealing with the opacity of a number of conditions. So I think that Rossella's piece, which is called The Journey, because, I mean, it accompanies a sculptural element, which is also a sculptural body, which is also a piece of marble, but it's also a presence that needs to navigate across many different and complex spaces, which are sometimes marked by borders, sometimes those borders are invisible, but they're still extremely present. We know that the Mediterranean is also described as a solid sea because of the fact that, I mean, it's really limited and divided and split by all sorts of visible lines. And sometimes they run underwater, like gas pump or oils or cables, or some other times it's the fishing regulations, some others it's of course the territorial waters. And also there's a space which, as Chus was saying before, is supposedly everybody's space, should be a shared space, a communal space, a space that should be able to allow communication, and as we know, it doesn't. I mean, so please, Rossella, come and help me. I saw that by mistake before some of the images were running, but it would be lovely if you could walk us through some of them so that we can also ask you a few questions. And anyway, thank you for being here and there.
Thank you so much. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
So I thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry if my image
participating again. I try to share screen. I don't know if there come the problem we have, so please let me know what you are able to see in a moment. And after I will do that, probably you will see as a full presentation. Okay. Do you see the images? I don't hear anything more now. No. Hello? Hello? I don't hear any feedback.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear, but I cannot share my screen.
Well, when you did, it worked.
You voice as well.
We saw the presentation and heard your voice, but you didn't hear us.
Perfect.
Yeah,
no, I could not hear.
Yeah, they turn our microphone off when speaking. So, just go ahead, and you can leave the mic on whilst she's sharing the screen. Can't see me. Yeah, this is. So try again, sharing.
Okay. So.
Yes.
Okay.
We see it.
I hear you now, so I think we have a problem.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Maybe you. I will do job test. Do you still or not? Okay, not. I think I have to keep it like this to be able to hear you as well. No.
You know that image brings Malta.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could see in Malta and this project developed.
So I'm sorry, I just voices. So now we managed to communicate. I just want to brief something that comes from the beautiful introduction you did, and something that's about the presentation of, and made me think, because this is the first time I show images of the journey. This part that I consider that has been, let's say, done as a performance at the end of May. So I still needed the time to go out of it and reflect on it. So this is the first time. And what I was thinking is, I just thought this performance is composed by various elements. One is a rock that you see. It was introduced by Barbara. I'll go forward and maybe show you the rock. I will not call it a block of marble because it's actually an inform, is out of shape, as it's called in the quarry, is a detached extract from the mountain, follow lines of the mountain. It's a present. It did not have received it as a present from a price. It's called Michelangelo, an old price from the Michelangelo quarry, so referring really to the when Michelangelo was extracting his marble, of marble of the dimension I wanted. Of course, I wasn't interested in doing a sculpture, but developed it, use this price for a project. At the time, I was already in the Mediterranean area, which I started to explore by trying. Here I come back to the question of choose by saying that I grew up at sea. I grew up in proximity of sea. I know mainly the sea as being a sea by the sea industry, that town where I grew up with. So for me, I think how at a certain point, and maybe often in my work, I did to understand why all this public space or with this shared space is public, because I think everybody up at sea somehow know that the sea is performed, because in this element there is you work with it. Also part of our journey was disrupting the bad weather. Now my phone will not be disrupted.
Mi propia, no sé si se va a poder interrumpir. ¿Se puede quitar?
So okay, now is better audio. At that moment I was also 2011, and I started to Lampedusa and traveling at sea. This photo, for example, is a sea object I photographed in 2011. At that moment, to connect this marble and this of the marble with this thinking of a sort of in which I will deploy this marble in the middle too, and I start to map this part of the Mediterranean Sea. So between the highland of Lampedusa, Malta, became a location of departure. Sfax, here you see the city of Sfax, so Tunisia and Libya. This project took very long. Pass maybe to that I created in 2016 together with various maps. I started to lay down what will it be. Can we still throw in the water, for example, and what does it mean? And can I do what I want, or do I have to be conscious of things? So Barbara was speaking. We see relics. They are ancient relics. There are lots of underwater of Second World. There is cables, of course. There is geological very impressive. There are areas that are off limits because there are problems. So in a way, starting from proximity, I start to compile map that will help me out in this performance, lay down on this performance I did in the last May. I'll show you maybe some other map. This is one of the last map I compiled. This, for example, I made in 2016. What use only the portion of water, the central area, and is basically divided by companies and areas of licenses for gas. This is a map I call border. Basically, at that time in 2016, all the military operations that were at place at that moment. And this is one of the last maps that in the performance developing of. What you see here is the bigger line is my routes, which was not, but that was following all these research and compiling of the ship. Moving here, we see in the line of the plateau. I did a big research in mainly on the fisherman side. I think this portion of the map. On the left, there is the Kerkenahai, there is the Petrofac area, and so I did a research in that area. And now we end in 2 weeks to do recordings with the fishing activists there. So here you see a portion in which the navigation was following the flow, and then at a certain point, there is very different in the way it moves. Is at Tartu. So this process, I basically decide to mainly depart with this boat from Malta, where I found a lot of. One of this collaboration was in Nature Trust. Here you see one of the that they save were brought to a center in which they were doing operation on Tartu that they had inside some knives, and and then after it get better, they will release with the tracker. They will keep for a certain time and then lose. So I also part, and in my nation, besides geologists, there is also TAMA, that is and also ship I navigate with, which is called, and somehow it became a character on her own, together with the crew, and the part of this track. There are also some. What you see the star here is really a moment. Basically, a very important route in which track of TAMA the front. I decided to perform with the then with the lines that were much more straight and were to the licenses gas. And that also from the moment there is other elements that are these little and these are stars related to the press calls from Mike, and we set some of this GPS point together with the alarm phone organization and NGO organization collects all of the migrant to then basically organize through NGO the saving by boat ships, merchant ships, or other ships. Maybe Barbara, if you'd like to tell me how you prepare the narration to go, or I continue by moving the way the journey has been constructed through the audio. I don't hear anyone. Hello? I'm very communication.
Like now you are connected. So no, I want to finally. I wanted you to maybe open up to questions, because I think it makes it a bit easier also for everybody to feel part of your process. To me, one of the elements of total interest in the journey, and I know that you are doing a sonic diary of this experience that will be on digital platform of TBA21 Academy, which is Ocean Archive. But you're also in the process then going to Tunis, where for an extra part of this project, you'll record voices, and we'll also of the Tunis Dream CD Festival.
Yes.
It's to me, it's also the of this project. It took you so many years. So from the moment where you received stone, which was extracted from the caves Michelangelo, the extraction industry of marble, say in Italy, but not only, it's one of the sort of causes of environmental devastation. And then you decided what to do with it. What's the gesture that this material may ask? Is going to be the grand gesture, or is there anything else I may conceive of doing with this piece of mountain? And then you somehow returned that mountain to the sea from the place where it was coming from. And I remember having this conversation, which is, of course, the longue durée as around the Mediterranean, how the possibility of thinking through time, through the space of the sea, but also everything. How did it come into play, and how many years did it take you to bring this to the present stage?
Yes, of course. It's. These years are for me years in which I lay down all this research that was mainly to to really like trying to figure out what are all these layers that are or overlapped or inside in the deepness, because my idea is that this block of marble will navigate, and that was it was. The experience of this navigation, it was mainly a navigation mind that was underwater, which is of course very difficult to visualize. So any are talking about what is visible and what is invisible in this basically in the sea and in body of the sea. And this in relation to I think that of this visibility and visibility for me was probably the element of presenting this, to be able to present this because in a way, for if you this is very important. What very important to me is and it was the last land that we'll see before going out in open sea. And is a place where there is on the island of God located a Punic temple. And what we did with together with Tila Faravelli, that is a field recordist and a composer that works mainly starting from the field record. And we went inside and outside of the sea on the coastline to do recordings. In a way, my idea is that this ship is navigating on top lines, for example, following ecological lines, or navigating close to the Tunisian plateau and in the direction of what is, for example, is like a kind of amplified ear that could hear things also from the opposite. So this is the image that comes from the where you see from the Punic temple sea. So if I, for example, would have somebody there with a camera, it could have our ship passing there. It's an incredible location because it's a location you overlook from Libya till Sicily. So you are really able to turn and really overlook the whole range of the sea that moves from Libya to Sicily. So we work in these two directions, really also like sometimes see to invent wave recording sound. For example, image we are in between rocks, but also we use methodology a few times being recording the waves and the underwater. So thinking how the up and is down. Or for example, this object that will enter this diary and is amphora that comes from a Phoenician wreck that has been excavated at 150 meters underwater, and it was a complete wreck full of cargo coming from the Mediterranean. So there was bitumen, the Middle East, and amphibians that were from Carthage, and then things locally, for example, in Gozo. And it really was spanning the whole Mediterranean area. For me, what was interesting is like this object where the one underwater, basically they released in the water and there was mainly wine and oil, and they got filled with of the environment, there was sediments. So for example, here in a very conceptual way, we in the resonance of this thinking that in some forums contained by the way with the marine life, we have a particular resonance that like they are underwings of that environment stuck in there. It's been working in various ways, and I don't have images, for example, in relation to the Tunisian watching quite extensively, starting Elu area where there was the tuna and till the Carena and Gabes and I am curious, me and Attila will return to do the sound recordings and stay there for weeks, traveling coastline. I don't know if Barbara, this answers your question, and maybe.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much, Rosella, for taking this journey, which is clearly super collaborative and bringing so many communities, fishermen to legal experts to archaeologists and so on. Let me ask you, because for years you also gather artists and curators, writers, epigeneticists, you brought in legal experts, you responded to the IC report, so through a scientific analysis report on the oceans and the cryosphere. The outcomes are also multitude. There's things, there's kids. How do you? There's not a come yet, but who knows? But there's kids programming. How do you this together? How does one weave it into a meaning? Telephone goes off. Into a meaningful, continuous stream of programming, or is it more about the multiplicity of the multiplicity of sensitivities approach ocean?
Well, I think that what I really like about Cella's performance is that somehow she kind of constructs the premise of the expedition. So when we were doing an expedition, all of us, the expedition was not that we can take uncritically, and yet it's so different and so different it's another. So how do you name it? It has been historic coin, and it has a purpose. That purpose is to observe and to make use of this observation from full observation of our species. Nature, we map territories, protect ourselves. So it has a defensive idea. It has also a linearity. We want to position the species in a position of power and in a position of a species, and we need data for doing so. The expedition is an incredible method to just summarize all these forces. So in our expedition, the idea of it being performance being performed by the very histories, DNA of history, which is that. Of course, for us, it determines our relationship with eternity, in a way, symbolically speaking, but also our relationship with history and how our history would give form, the willingness to produce symbolic forms that would help us to communicate what we want as a species. So by just putting the rock in the middle of the ocean again, she can activated all that we know so very well, and that we know, on the one hand, it makes no sense to listen to others. It makes no sense to reveal the invisible, but it does totally make sense to do that. And knows that there is this very element that are a fundamental part of the epistemologies of those very close to the seas that they couldn't include because space for them, they need to include. And for us, they have elements of, let's say, belief. So how to include all this is a very, very question. So I do think that not only it's really that it's a coming together that is happening in the practice. And this it happens every certain amount of in centuries. Always had an incredible interest in history. To portray history was a possibility of controlling time, Now we are kind of trying to redefine our very ideas of time and the event. And we do so when we go at the street and we say we should stop damaging the planet. So that is a claim on history, on the history that we are kind of, the history of actions of the human towards nature. So I think that artists and the citizenship are coinciding. And in this coincidence, we are creating an incredible new public space. And this is the coincidence that I want to explore through institutions, through educational institutions, and I think through science. Perhaps if you would ask me years ago, do I think that science mutuality way together, I would I'm unsure. Science perhaps do perceive us as some sort of decorative, mystical element, symbolic, that they really don't now. I do think that science also discovered that all those elements that are forced to live out, they have to be included. And it's very difficult sometimes to include it through interaction with indigenous communities. And they see in art a mediation substance that do allow them to enter and to at least produce an idea of an imagination of what science needs to change to be able to incorporate what they were forced to leave out. So to cut the story short, I do think as I said, many forces in our society are perceiving a need to address that the event is a transformation into a different, let's say, more quantum, more circular time, a transformation of the idea of restitution. We see in the restitution of the patrimony to those that we took through colonial, imperial, but the restitution to nature is a similar one. So the colonial impulse has been towards territories and people, towards nature as well, and the definition of nature. We are seeing the idea that we need to really grow attentive. We talk about growing attentive to emotions, the senses, in no less than growing attentive to put microphone and listening to the sounds it produces, because we know that it is life, and that in recording and producing a sonic experience of it, we are expanding our very idea of our own internal organs and the possibility of listening to our body inside. So if we talk to science, as we know, 10 years, 15 years ago, somebody would tell you that if listening to your stomach, there is nothing to be listened to, and now they do that actually cells of the brain that are in the stomach is listening and is connecting to the brain. So the whole description of the systems that interact and have is under re-evaluation. And I think that art and art is of this process, that is a collective process that's in many ways, but this is a trend, or this is just one lateral part of what needs to be done. And in that sense, it's fundamental to really talk and address it and try to produce a different bonding and a different mutuality, because this idea of mutuality is about connection, doing things together. This mutuality is also to discover new spaces that we have no idea about. What we are when we are together in a symbiosis is a complete thing than what we are together as an individuals defined in a circuit. So we talk about non-racism, we are talking about transitioning when we talk about gender. So we use all these metaphors, and they are going to stop being metaphors, perhaps in 100 years. Then they become a new reality. But it's part of the human process to start in a very primordial, in a very, let's say, unimpressive way, till it becomes a new world.
So what we've been, can you hear me? You have all microphones open, is that possible? to a conversation, please feel free to jump in and ask questions or contribute to thoughts, whatever. But what we've described now are spaces, their processes, their approaches, their performance, right? But now let's talk about a second, no? Now that we are an art fair, the embassy of objects, what role can artwork and arts play in these processes, spaces that you've described? The project has transitioned from non-object-based fellowship to a fellowship that had as an outcome an exhibition which you're curating, or an exhibition cycle which you're creating. You've been asked from the beginning to think an exhibition as one of the outcomes. So let's talk about the importance of the object and the role work in these spaces, processes that we're creating.
And because of the form of our bodies, a very important element of perception and understanding of the world is morphology. So the objects have a fundamental role because they defy the morphology as we know. From a different human, we need to re-understand the relationships that we have in our own body as a form. So we have the head here, the hands here. So the head is more important because it controls the hands moving. We have seen some they are less important than the outside because the perception in the outside plays a fundamental role in questions of power, while the inside, it just works for the outside to happen. So all these descriptions have been fundamental in 500, 600 years. So objects do play a fundamental role because they may release a complete different morphology. Artists are also activating new technologies and new ideas about materials. And materials may change form, but also artists are telling us that materials have memory and materials have ways of perceiving. So, as I said, all these things are very important for our really rocky bodies. So we need this type of challenge that we perhaps in a very slow way, as Barbara is very well pointing, but we understand it. I think we may not even understand it in this generation, but our non-understanding, our dumb gets inherit, and it gets transformed in inheritance. So there is a chance for the next generation. So in that sense, the pedagogical, experiential dimension of objects cannot be undermined.
For a second, to what we've seen, and we're seeing actually for the first time. So thank you also, Rosella, for sharing this. It's quite one which doesn't even really has shape. I mean, correct, it's not a block. It's just piece, as is often the case when we're describing artworks. It's a piece. So how the appearance, this object, how makes so many things visible? How by submerging this object in another, which is the liquid space of the sea, between the things around its disappearance are starting to emerge. How do we see geology? How can we talk about, I mean, one piece goes to the bottom of the sea in a place which is over 100 meters deep, and it will touch sediments that are untouched for millennia, for eras, for so forth. How can we just use object as the point to, I mean, the extractive and oil industry, extraction routes, and how does it connect to archaeology, and how archaeology is exploited to create this that are then very well, I mean, supportive toward extractive logics and so forth. I mean, that's the role of, and also the fact that Rosella correctly kept using the word performance. What is this object performing? It's not only because it's been developed for the Kunstfestival in Brussels, who decided to take this and performance, and also by a local exhibition space in Malta, which is also trying to build this work together, but it's with demand from the, I mean, it's what does it generate in terms of and what can we understand from the fact of moving that one space to the other, and here describing all the implications. And it's a story, and it's the telling which comes with, I don't know, people who have very understanding of what a condition in that space might be, to help scientists who are studying Tama, the turtle, who moves from here to there, to there, to there. I mean, yesterday we were in Sardinia and discovered that to Sardinia there are oceanic turtles coming together with Mediterranean turtles, and the entire geography of how things move, space changes.
But it's so interesting what you are saying, because in the expedition we had Diva Amon, and describing, she's an incredible expert in the deep, and she was showing us an image of a vehicle that was in the depth, and then she saw a slide of the trace of these vehicles that they sent down the sea, measures, and then she said this image was taken 25 years ago. So the trace is from, let's say, 6 months ago. The sea down is impressively slow. And then she said, when I showed that in a conference against extraction, against going into in the deep sea, because that the deep sea recovers and the way that it proceeds is still so unknown, produce a damage that we can really not estimate. Nobody understands what I'm talking about. And that's exactly where this artistic sensitivity enters. Because Rosetta does understand, we do understand what it means to touch, to make that marble touch the ground of the. We know what it means and the operation that it has. But make a point in that conference, she said it was the most frustrating moment of her life to just make a claim that if, for example, you use the gas coming the ventiles of this no, I think there is no theory to say what are the damage that this may, or if you just go with this, what are the impact, the negative impact of all of that, because I think that they just can do whatever they want, and then everything happens in real time. It's synchronized with will. This distinction of the human will with the will is fundamental, because eternity did make an effort to synchronize it. We can have it. Yeah. And then if we work together collectively, we can just possess and extract. And this may happen now. And now it's extended through history. It's a history of nows. And that's what science is saying, is that it's really not a history of nows. And then you need to create an imagination of the disentanglement of the doing and the doing of Earth. Yeah. So that's, I think, it's really, really important. And she will be observing this performance and totally agree that this is exactly the way to go.
Yeah, I think
sorry. Yeah. We've been talking about work, but because of the technicality, you'd like to add something too.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to point out this, what we were saying about the impact, which we can extend to the idea of the impact of art in general, and it's of course something that I always ask myself, use something, and also when you were talking about the edition. So how do you deal with the fact that you are both traveling through, and is of course art is you do it with a certain consciousness. But and I think it's very important to be aware of the extraction of the marble. Really, I mean, to really be there, and there inside and outside. There is another thing, big anecdotic, came to my mind after. So going through the, sorry, I have a lot of echo, but going through the whole research and going through the mapping and the of this block of marble in the water, the first after that it was dropped, I asked to go in the water. So they put a rope on me and a vest, and I went into the water. And nobody understood, probably not even myself, because they were saying, you know, you can't do anything, you can't film it, you can't look where he went. But it was the idea, I think, that I wanted to feel. So after I've been from being in proximity with the sea and from studying it, then to go through the expedition and release something at sea, it was probably the spontaneous, very impulsive way to go myself inside and connect to it. And I do think that somehow for me, even if you can say I research a lot, I go through a lot of questions and a lot of process, there is it can always change direction. So this somehow in the narration of this journey, I like to include the fact that after within this expedition, I went into in the place in which this marble block was coming and maybe eating this seabed that was by 1,000 years. So I was just on inside water. And then the other things that I like to say is, like, of course, it's a project in which I have been studying the Mediterranean culture and what has been growing and going through under the side. I have been considering the fact that the sea extends to land, so of extend to the whole Africa, that we were disrupted by Scirocco, and Scirocco carries the scent that come from Sahara. So it's like you can't touch these elements. But and also I would like to my crew, the ship was from a Maltese company, logistic operation, but and the entire was Filipino. We have been working together for 2 years. I went to Malta and I worked with them, and I met them. I was with them. We did with them to see their normal job with them on ship. And in a way, for me, it was interesting how journey is not anymore Mediterranean in a strict sense. For me, the journey is that was part of it, is the long, is their food, knowledge of the sea. So also restricting the areas, even what we know as a knowledge of traffic, it also doesn't, there are a lot of people crossing, there are a lot of crossing. So I was happy that they disrupted my idea of Mediterranean and enriched it, and completely included in this, in the journey and the journey, the narration of the journey as I meditate.
I think, yes. Hello, yes, cool. We're back. Thank you for this. I think it's something that we've learned over the past 10 years is all encompassing, no? And that time is, it's being said that it's super urgent to act now. Not every solution that is to us currently is a good one. No, I think, Chus, you were referring to deep sea mining as well, right?
Yeah.
As a now the way to add all of the metals that to do an energy transition, electric vehicles. I imagine it's another industry that is being spawned to create more money and income for some and more trouble and violence for others. the three of us, we talk about this, so four of us, we can talk about this forever, but we have 10 minutes left. In case you have questions, please feel free to raise your hand. Good. Well, then let's talk a little bit about time. No, because I think this is slowness, the time or the concentric time that you're referring to. No, by bringing of marble that is ancient to where it is a completely different interpretation of time and a completely different referral to agency that we are communicated constantly. Choose.
I've been thinking about the fact that sometimes when we talk in people imagine that one wants to replace another, and that it seems that now there is ways of thinking they would completely replace ways of thinking. And I would say that this is also entirely wrong. So the time that is related to measurement is not going to be here anymore because it has been created as a tool and for many centuries still will be used. So it's really not about that. So it would be even a modern way of thinking. There is now a better or different better, a different otherness that would replace the one that's at work. And this is how modernity functions, so that you would innovate time, and then it's a more innovative way of thinking about so definitely not. But it's really about a space for a coexistence that put pressure and also modifies by osmosis the models that are, and it means for us more possibilities, not only art and for culture, but even I think even science needs this other time, time that is described in different ways, and it's existing scientifically speaking. I think the quantic model of time and the linear model of time are not the same. It's only that you use one for biological purposes because we are biologically oriented, and you use the other for more mathematical and computational purposes. But it's there, and indigenous time is probably much closer to the computational time. So it's just important to make kind of family epistemologies coexist. And you would say, but how? And then I would say, by intersectionality. Of the day, it comes with the idea of even the very simple exercise: talk to your children, talk to your parents. I think the very incorporation of all these discussions into the school and into the elderly would already our idea of labor. And since labor time, we need to be productive, we need to be effective. A certain moment of our lives determines everything. Just make it and different. It would modify our, let's say, capital way of thinking about it. So what I mean is there is very simple exercises that are combined with very complex processes. By activating them, the difference in its way. I think, as you said, we were talking about urgency. So it's because you wanted to produce a signal. It's not really about to producing like a cause and effect. It's because many people felt at the same time that it's now or never, because it's our old way of talking. But by the moment that we perceive that many people are engaged, we are also much more relaxed about allowing time to be slower or allowing different times to come in. So we are the practitioners in ourselves of these very different models in different moments of our own practice. So, and I think that this is really important because it applies to everyday life. It applies to conversations.
Also, I think that one of the dynamics, and I'm still trying to process because I'm also, is how science is also trying to question certain of its own models when it comes to time and the way that time helps us data, for instance. So the intersection between, say, scientific ecological knowledge, what is called either or indigenous ecological knowledge, is coming together in different ways. The last year, recognize that the fact that the possibility of describing a condition of, say, the sea or a given area, or the morphology of a forest has been told narrations and stories by the communities living there. So, in fact, how a family of fishermen from the Gulf of Gabes, as Rosella was pointing out, or a Sami family, have a knowledge of that space which runs across time because the stories passed on from generation to another is extremely precise, understanding of certain conditions. Often contemporary science has a much shorter perspective. Yeah. So the possibility of bringing together these two and making them join forces, if at all possible, changing short parts of the narration and hierarchies of consider science and what we consider, I don't know, folkloric traditions. And it's the reshaping of elements like this that put the need of listening differently to how the stories are composed and who gets to have a say in them, which I think might help us move along.
And I would just give a very pragmatical example. I think one of the things that shape the cultures of the sea the most is disappearance of a body. So I come from Galicia, and as you know, it's a fisherman community. And in the families, if a body disappears in the sea, it's something that it gets talked about for weeks. And there is an incredible obsession with the recovery of that body. So this gets never approached in a school. In the school, there is no curricula to talk about this practice or about this belief or about this event that happens in the heart life. So by jumping after the rock, we're having a very similar example. To touch the body for a last, actually make it present, even if it disappears in a substance different than the earth. So all these terms of relating to a material and relating to the possibility of keeping, it's all about that. If the body disappears without us being able to actually say goodbye, we just lose the connectiveness. So by just changing the curricula, imagine a Spain different, like what is a kid in a school in a village of 252 people like mine, studying the same curricula, perhaps a kid in Madrid or in the center of Barcelona. I think, but just changing that curricula and applying some of the conversations and the knowledge that the elderly or their families bring in that community inside the school, it would help them to connect with an education. So at the end, it has a practical aim. Those people should stay motivated do and also be and make difference in the preservation of areas. What do you ask them to preserve nature if they never learn in the school to talk about what they value in a kind of private way, but institutionally speaking, it has absolutely no presence. So they only learn that the state and the institutions don't value what their lives are doing at home. So just connecting and entangle those elements in a simple manner would help a lot. I think I'm giving the example of Spain because we are in Madrid, but I can give those examples all over the planet. It's just by small transformations of the inclusion, and that's not indigenous in the sense of far away or exotic, but vernacular. Just include you in everything that you do in order to call it education.
Rosella, do you have some closing thoughts or opening thoughts?
Chus. And Barbara, thank you, Marco. I think I just like this idea of moving in sea, moving out of the sea, and this also the example of the microphone that to really pick the resonance of these amphoras, the possibility of perceiving really like to insert the microphone and then let this environment and then slowly extract it and then feel the transition that was from the inside towards the outside. That was the whole of the city. And for me, it's like this way of navigating on top and navigating through math and knowing exactly. I'm very sorry. Knowing exactly how to really like element, but then maybe not knowing, so moving like inside, but maybe not knowing what is under it. And so all this different knowledge, I think it will be nice to be able to connect them in between each other.
Well, I think talking about connection, one becomes very evident when you expose your body to a body of water, the ocean. It will move you and you'll be connected. No, so with that, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for connecting to this kind of thinking. Thank you, Rosella, Chus, and Barbara, and thank you, ARCO, for having us. Have a great day. Look at some fabulous art, listen to it, and see what these materials and bodies can tell us.
And go to the website of the Ocean Archive.
And then
Thank you.
She can't see us.
Grazie.
Good.
There we go.
Ahora pasa algo. Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 1, 2, 3. Hola, 1, 2, 3. Hola, 1, 2, 4. Hola, 1, 4. Hola, ¿qué hay? ¿Qué tal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Vas a abrir, vas a abrir, vas a abrir, vas. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. 1, 2, 4, 5.
Bueno.
Sí, claro que sí.
Hola. Hola, buenas tardes. No sé si me pueden escuchar todos. Hay unos audífonos que tienen ahí en sus asientos rojos que pueden utilizar no solo para la traducción simultánea, están en inglés, pero por si acaso escuchan mejor. Buenas tardes todos. Mi nombre es Sofia Lemos. Soy comisaria de TBA21 y sobre los auspicios de Francesca Thyssen-Bornemisza estamos acá esta tarde para honrar y discutir la situación del encarcelamiento e encausamiento del artista cubano Hamlet Lavastida. Estoy muy feliz de estar en muy buena compañía esta tarde con ustedes y con Marco Castillo, artista visual cubano, Gerardo Mosquera, crítico cubano, y Cuauhtémoc Medina, un comisario grandísimo mexicano. Así que me da mucho placer. Les comento unas pequeñas palabras de la parte de TBA21, cual estamos convencidas en el acto de este foro que tiene que ver con arte, ecología y sostenibilidad, que para el planeta, con nosotras mismas, tenemos que reinventar formas de hacer y saber más allá de lo que consideramos posible hoy. Eso es una misión, es un reto muy importante en un mundo que se ve más tóxico, cada vez más tóxico, donde la violencia lenta y la disrupción química se nos muestran como nuestros cuerpos están íntimamente conectados con el medio ambiente, pero también nuestras sensibilidades, nuestros deseos y nuestros modos de razonamiento. Como nos dice Gayatri Spivak, es necesario reimaginar el planeta. Y reimaginar el planeta por un mundo socialmente más justo, ecológicamente más resiliente, es una tarea que necesita de entrenar a la imaginación con perspectivas críticas y transformadoras. En TBA21 nuestra urgencia es comprender y desarrollar herramientas para superar la crisis contemporánea entre la acción y la imaginación, la parálisis actual que experimentamos a nivel individual, como desalienta nuestra capacidad de abordar como la creciente desigualdad, la disrupción del medio ambiente, los nacionalismos resurgidos y peor, la violación de humanos, que acá estamos para discutir. En este ambiente tóxico que presenciamos hoy, un ambiente de un asalto constante a la imaginación por crecientes formas de represión estatal que está entrelazada con la vigilancia digital, con la represión física, que se mueve en redes de cooperación, en redes de amistad entre artistas y activistas. Nuestro rol como agentes culturales es fundamental. Como institución debemos pensar lateralmente con artistas, con activistas, con pensadores, legisladores, periodistas. En este nexus importante, separar los mecanismos de justicia, de remediar la transparencia y de buscar remedios legales para los artistas, periodistas, activistas cuya visión se encuentra bajo arresto político, psicológico y físico. Y acá estamos hoy en esto. Venimos a discutir, raise awareness sobre la situación del artista cubano Hamlet Lavastida, que tras regresar a Cuba de una residencia artística en la Kunstlerhaus Bethanien en Berlín, fue encarcelado injustamente. Yo tuve el placer de ver su exposición Cultura Profiláctica en Berlín, en lo cual Hamlet, como vamos a ver y vamos a conocer más sobre su obra también, uno de los más reconocidos de Cuba. En esa exposición tenía dos grandes instalaciones hechas con recortes de papel que hablaban sobre artistas que han sido reprimidos en Cuba y en otros países. Transcribió un interrogatorio de Javier Caso y lo vinculó a la carta de un escritor, Eberto Padilla, cuyo título del poema En tiempos difíciles, in difficult times, prestamos para este conversatorio hoy. Es un poema de 1968 que se publica 7 años después del discurso de Fidel Castro a los intelectuales y en lo cual enmarca los parámetros perdurables de la expresión creativa del pensamiento crítico bajo el régimen. Acá estamos, en julio, en el 60º aniversario del discurso Palabras a los intelectuales. Recordamos la obra de 2009 de Hamlet Lavastida, que se titula Intelectuales sin palabras, un comentario a las condiciones en las los cubanos se han visto obligados a crear durante las últimas 6 décadas. Bueno, no más, les contaremos las condiciones sobre las Hamlet Lavastida se ve encarcelado, alta seguridad conocida por vilamarista y conocida por detener a presos políticos. Juntamente con la comunidad artística cubana, la comunidad artística internacional, a los cuales llamamos Francesca Thyssen-Bornemisza, TBA21, les queremos hay una petición circular y a la cual solicitamos al Ministerio de Cultura, al presidente, al Consejo de Ministros, al fiscal que revise Cuba, que retiren inmediatamente todos los encargos contra Hamlet Lavastida. No más, es un gusto presentarles nuevamente cubano, marcha al crítico cubano Gerardo Mosquera, comisario mexicano Cuauhtémoc Medina, y que nos contará más sobre esta situación de presión contra los trabajadores culturales que no se someten al sistema de partido único bajo la presidencia de Miguel Díaz-Canel. Marco, vamos con vos. ¿Nos podrías contar de alguna forma cómo el gobierno cubano califica la imaginación y la creatividad como un delito?
Bueno, primero que nada quería agradecer a Francesca von Habsburg y a Carlos Urroz por tener la gran gentileza de hospedar esta conversación. Esta conversación que para nosotros los cubanos, para los intelectuales cubanos es muy importante porque una de las cosas que necesitamos es apoyo, comprensión y la posibilidad de distribuir no solo las ideas, pero sino también el llamado a atención sobre el peligro, porque se puede decir peligro en el cual hoy día viven el sistema de arte cubano, los intelectuales, periodistas independientes, etcétera, etcétera. Así que agradezco del alma la oportunidad, ¿no? Sabemos que esta palestra las horas son muy cotizadas y esta hora que le han dedicado a Hamlet Lavastida, pues esperamos que sea muy importante. La pregunta sobre cómo funciona bueno, creo que el miedo fundamental que hay ahora, el miedo fundamental que tiene el gobierno cubano es esto que está sucediendo, la unión de los artistas y los intelectuales. Esto es un fenómeno que se ha venido dando desde 2018. Digo yo, siempre han habido grupos, siempre han habido generaciones, siempre ha habido participación, pero ha habido algo muy especial, sobre todo desde que pusieron la ley 349, que todos los artistas, todo el sistema de arte ha decidido dejar las diferencias atrás y conectarse, ¿no? Bajo la misma voz, sobre las defensas de los derechos las libertades elementales de expresión e incluso la gente exige las libertades económicas que nos tocan, ¿no? Yo siempre me gusta destacar esto también porque la voz y la independencia económica son parte importante de los derechos humanos. Entonces, desde que esta unión ha sucedido, ha parado el hostigamiento, la represión, encarcelamientos. Hay una cosa en Cuba que llamamos encarcelamiento express o secuestro express. Es una metodología que usa la seguridad del Estado para, tú sabes, intimidar, calmar a la gente y creo que aquí en el público hay algunos que han sufrido esto que estoy hablando es un método bastante agotador porque te pueden meter preso 4 horas, 6 horas, 2 días. Algunas personas lo han dejado encerrado en los carros de policía, a veces los han dejado al sol y entonces pues esto va creando un clima de represión y de tortura psicológica bastante marcado. Lo de Hamlet es otro tipo de categoría. A Hamlet lo quieren encauzar. Es diferente al hostigamiento que me refiero anteriormente. El hostigamiento es algo muy peligroso y es como el nivel, la represión a otro nivel. Hamlet es un artista bastante conocido, un artista. Ahí pueden ver las obras de Hamlet que son magníficas, en una investigación bastante sólida. Y el hecho de que Hamlet por sus ideas, Hamlet por su trabajo, que siempre ha sido un trabajo de activismo, un arte magnífico, esto lo conduce a darse, pues esto es un paso. Esto es un estamos aquí reunidos para el frente y tal vez evitar que otras personas no pasen lo mismo que está pasando Hamlet en estos momentos.
Gracias. Gracias, Marco. Aprovecho para preguntar a Gerardo si nos cuenta un poco. ¿Me escuchan? ¿Sí? Aprovecho para preguntar a Gerardo si nos cuenta un poco sobre el marco legal en que se pone este encauzamiento y las consecuencias también.
Pues cómo no, ante todo repetir los agradecimientos de Marco, ¿no? Para no pongar el poco tiempo que tenemos, ¿no? Bueno, Hamlet regresó a Cuba el día 21 de junio, tras pasar cerca de 3 años en el exterior en residencias artísticas y otras actividades de ese tipo. Su última residencia fue en Berlín, en la Kunsthaus Bethanien, y al terminar esa residencia regresó a Cuba el día 21 de junio, guardó un confinamiento obligatorio por la pandemia y al confinamiento el 26 de junio fue detenido por la seguridad del Estado y conducido a Villa Marista. El artista Julio Llopis interpuso un recurso de habeas corpus después, el día 28. Entonces, ese recurso fue contestado, ¿no? por un jurídico en el cual lo declaraba ¿sí? ¿Se oye? Bueno, entonces este recurso de habeas corpus fue rechazado y aquí hay una primera violación legal por parte de las autoridades cubanas, porque el acusado tenía derecho a una vista donde pudiera exponer sus argumentos de defensa. Esta vista no se dio y fue denegado. Ahora bien, este auto nos permitió conocer de qué se le acusaba. Y según el propio texto, dice que es un delito de instigación a delinquir. Entonces, 3 días después, el tribunal, es decir, el fiscal aceptó el proceso de investigación que le sometió la seguridad del Estado y Hamlet ha sido encausado. Ahora bien, veamos a ver este delito que se le imputa. Déjenme buscarles aquí la terminología legal, ¿no? Bueno, este delito se refiere a personas que hagan manifestaciones, se supone que puedan estimular a delinquir de manera pública. Esto está especificado en la ley cubana. En el caso de Hamlet, lo que sabemos es a través de una publicación oficial de Cuba, donde habla que se le acusa de la realización de acciones de desobediencia civil en la vía pública. Pero en el noticiero de la Nación, el presentador Humberto López reveló públicamente un intercambio de Telegram privado del artista que él proponía marcar billetes puños en alusión al movimiento Isidro y al grupo, a la comunidad 27, dos grupos de intelectuales que mantienen civiles en Cuba. Aquí hay un segundo delito por parte de las autoridades cubanas, porque han entrado, han hackeado una comunicación privada y la han hecho. Eso es un delito por el que, por supuesto, el noticiero de la televisión encausado, ¿no? Y entonces, bueno, esto que se revela fue una conversación en que el artista planteaba hacer esta intervención en los billetes, que sin duda alguna es inspirada en las intervenciones en circuitos ideológicos, el proyecto Billete de Cildo Meireles, que él realizó en el Brasil en 1970, en pleno auge de la dictadura militar brasileña, en el momento en que la dictadura militar brasileña era más represiva, y Meireles pudo hacer este proyecto. En Cuba no ha podido ni alguien siquiera pensar algo semejante, que fue aprobado por el grupo con el cual se comunicó Hamlet, o sea, simplemente quedó como un comentario. Y esto ha bastado para encausar a Hamlet, ¿no? O sea que hay aquí una cantidad de irregularidades de la propia ley cubana vigente. Por otro lado, él continúa preso cuando por el delito que se le imputa no es apropiado que se le mantenga en prisión debido a la imposibilidad de que él pueda escapar de Cuba, ¿no? Un país donde todo está muy controlado. Es decir, se mantiene preso en estado de juicio también inadecuadamente de acuerdo a la ley cubana. Es decir, que podemos resumir, ¿no?, que su derecho provisional que sufre actualmente es inapropiada en relación con los cargos imputados. Y en segundo lugar, que es acusado falsamente y las supuestas pruebas en su contra fueron obtenidas ilegalmente. O sea que esto es, dentro de la propia ley cubana, es un total, se ve claramente que es algo hecho con propósitos represivos y no con propósitos legales. El caso de Hamlet no es una excepción. Ha sido usual y como decía Marco, sobre todo a partir de la promulgación del decreto 349 en el año 2018, un incremento en la represión a artistas e intelectuales en Cuba. Hay una crecida en estos momentos de la represión, según aumenta un despertar en la sociedad civil cubana, en que los artistas y los intelectuales se encuentran en la avanzada, exigiendo libertades básicas, libertades artísticas, derecho a la libertad de palabra, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Nosotros pues hemos convocado a este encuentro y se ha producido además muchas manifestaciones de apoyo a Hamlet porque tenemos el temor de al ser encausado, como decía Marco, se vaya a imponer unas sanciones ejemplarizantes como una manera de amedrentar. Es muy peligrosa la situación de Hamlet. Y además nos parece que puede ser una advertencia a los cubanos que viven fuera de Cuba de que no regresen, porque en el caso de que regresen, pues ya esto se ha hablado incluso por el noticiero de televisión, ¿no? Que están sujetos a la ley cubana, o sea que es una amenaza. Ahora, creo que Hamlet, más allá de es muy necesaria la solidaridad internacional para tratar de Hamlet de este castigo absolutamente injusto. Y es también una solidaridad por todos los que creemos en la libertad del arte, en la expresión, en el derecho a la diferencia y en las libertades en todo el mundo.
Muchas gracias. Aprovecho para preguntar a Cuauhtémoc. Vos escribiste el texto de petición que se circula ahora por demandando solo la libertad, pero la solidaridad internacional de la comunidad artística. ¿Podés contar un poco sobre eso?
Gracias. Sí, voy a empezar con lo que el agradecimiento que tenemos por obtener el elección. Al mismo tiempo tiene que subrayarse que quisiéramos, y creo que ese es el espíritu que une a los que estamos congregados aquí, que aunque el caso de Lavastida representa una situación que está volviendo general, es el momento de una intervención clara y específica que ha cambiado la situación y que podemos seguir indiferente. Efectivamente, el 1 de julio de varios, y aquí decir que aunque soy el responsable de haberla armado, es una acción colectiva, decidimos que era necesario intervenir ante la flagrancia de las violaciones de este caso, pero también ante la situación de que estamos en un momento muy negativo y muy peligroso de las relaciones que hay entre el Estado cubano, los artistas y la clase intelectual. Atención solidaria internacional y un llamado de atención para pasar de la rutina donde la violencia estatal se ha venido, asumir nuestra responsabilidad frente a lo que está ocurriendo en este momento. Decidimos escribir una carta de manera muy formal, muy respetuosa de poderes públicos en Cuba, y voy a tratar de hacer particularmente enfática. Deliberación lanzada en su primer momento con de políticos muy diferenciados, que efectivamente en la rutina política que hemos vivido acerca de Cuba, no solamente hubieran coincidido en una manifestación. Queremos que ustedes aquilaten ese dato, que es asumimos el Estado cubano percibe que hay una situación que es nueva, que se remarca en una serie de voces que no necesariamente actúan de esta manera, decidieron llamarlos a... lo que voy a hacer es primero leerles la declaración, leerles de una posición que hace prácticamente medio de personas, y luego voy a tener la libertad de hacer un par de comentarios. Partiendo de la posición, estoy responsable de esta, que es una expresión colectiva, pero también del hecho de que yo no soy un ciudadano cubano, a diferencia de Gerardo Mosquera y de Castillo. Entonces, jueves 1 de julio de 2021. Señor Miguel Díaz, presidente del Consejo de República de Cuba, presente. Bajo firmantes, artistas, intelectuales y estudiosos de diversas nacionalidades y naciones políticas, nos dirigimos a usted y a las autoridades del Estado cubano para manifestar nuestra preocupación por la detención a que ha sido el artista Hamlet Lavastida en la isla de Cuba después de cumplir una residencia en Alemania. Además de ser un artista contemporáneo alrededor del mundo, profundamente la posibilidad de que Hamlet Lavastida esté en proceso de investigamiento como parte de una escalada necesaria a la fecha entre el gobierno que usted preside y los circuitos artísticos e intelectuales de la isla. Nuestra familiaridad con la historia de relación crítica e intelectual cubana, el Estado post-revolución, temer que como a fines de los años 1960, la negativa de dar espacio a la diferencia y a la crítica conduzca que lastime la vida cultural de Cuba y la reputación de su gobierno en la conciencia pública mundial. Convencidos que dar pasos a un diálogo fructífero entre autoridades que tienen los artistas cubanos un componente significativo, tendrá estabilidad, la apertura de posibilidades sociales del país y el establecimiento de un político que abre el diálogo entre sociedad y Cuba. Los derechos humanos de Hamlet Lavastida sería un signo de voluntad y distensión necesaria en el proceso actual de Cuba. Y aquí el lanzamiento de los firmantes. Francis Alice de Smet, artista, residente en México. Ferran, curador independiente, España. José Bedia, artista, Cuba, Estados Unidos. Gustavo Tinks, Perú. Amanda de la Garza, directora de MUAC, Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México. Artista y cultural, exsecretario del Congreso y exdiputado en las Cortes Generales Españoles, España. Coco Fusco, profesora de arte de Cooper Union, Estados Unidos, Cline, profesor investigador distinguido, Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana México. Andrea Yunta, escritora, profesora y curadora, Universidad de Buenos Aires, Miguel López, escritor y curador de arte. Cuauhtémoc Medina, crítico, historiador y curador de arte, curador en jefe del MUAC de la UNAM de México, curadora e historiadora, investigadora del CONICET y profesora de la Universidad de Buenos Aires, Argolles, artista, México. Perdón. Ivo Mezquita, historiador y curador. Gerardo Mosquera, crítico y curador independiente de Cuba, México. Natalia Luz, historiador del arte, Perú. Ramírez, directora de Center for the Arts of the Americas. Valentín Roma, curador y escritor, director de la Virreina de la Imagen, España, Rafael Rojas, historiador, México, artista, Colombia, Segade, 2 de mayo, Madrid, España. Les vuelvo a enviar que en los últimos años un conjunto visible de participantes del circuito latinoamericano, e insisto, que representamos posiciones que frecuentemente no están unificadas, que debatimos y además de manera diferenciada, decidimos ante este caso de manera conjunta. Y creo que también el hecho de que una comunidad tan importante haya decidido adherir a esta declaración tiene que ver con la particularidad de que sea una expresión respetuosa al gobierno cubano, pero que está llamando la atención sobre una situación que ha alcanzado un grado que nosotros apreciamos como inusitado. Voy a sugerir que es importante para los que estamos de alguna manera mirando desde fuera lo que está pasando en Cuba, que asumamos por primero que el rol tan que los artistas e intelectuales han tenido en los últimos años, y particularmente en torno al movimiento, es representativo de un dato que es muy triste y negativo. Toman esa posición visible en una sociedad y condividen que la ciudadanía se ejerce plenamente. Hay una situación en que se están haciendo sin ciudadanía. Y el hecho de que después de eso, de que ya el dato de que sean actuales quienes están encabezando y haciendo la discusión, usando el espacio de que quizá es un poco mayor que el pie, se les empieza a imprimir de la manera que está ocurriendo en solo porque presenta una primera represión, no el resultado de 3 represiones previas. La represión de la expresión ciudadana, la represión de la protesta ante la falta de represión la represión del último candado de la sociedad, de una intervención desesperada, que es hacer que los artistas que tomen la palabra. La razón por la que estamos muy preocupados, de un lado, sabemos que se ha ocurrido un quiebre en las relaciones entre el arte y la cultura en Cuba, que de manera que nosotros vemos horriblemente peligrosa, los han quedado en la mira la incapacidad del Estado cubano de entender que tendría que abrir ciudadanía. El Estado cubano, al empezar a recibir a los artistas del modo que lo está haciendo en el caso de Hamlet Lavastida, viendo el hecho de que los artistas se han vuelto sin la falla de la sociedad y del régimen como algo que tiene que culpabilizarse a los artistas, como si los artistas están aislada, responsables de una disidencia y un conflicto en la isla. Esa es una percepción que nosotros encontramos equivocada. Por eso nos la represión constante sufriendo el circuito artístico va a poner en peligro los sectores más creativos de la vida de la sociedad cubana. Una isla muy pequeña tiene una presencia artística significativa, enorme en América Latina. En el caso particular de Hamlet, tememos que haya el intento de crear un caso ejemplar que combine la extrema violencia de ejercicio legal del Estado con una falta mínima. La combinación de una represión excesiva sobre un participante que en cierto es característica de un momento donde el Estado está buscando ejercer una similitud de llevar a cabo de justicia. Y por eso es que este caso resultado particularmente. Simplemente cerraría llamando a los demás países del mundo cultural, particularmente el cultural hispanoamericano, a empezar a articularse del Estado cubano, distensión, pasos a la democratización y sobre todo respeto a los artistas, que es finalmente toda una falla más general.
Muchas gracias. Estamos aproximadamente 5 a 7 minutos para preguntar, bien, mucho aún para discutir. Hay mucho para debatir sobre la persona Hamlet Lavastida, sobre su rol en la comunidad artística, sobre la acción que podemos nosotros tomar en esta situación, pero me gustaría nada más que darles oportunidad a ustedes de hacer cuestiones. Hay un micrófono que va a circular por la sala. Veo que hay una pregunta ya en la primera fila y mientras llega el micrófono aprovecho para preguntar ¿qué podemos nosotros extranjeros hacer en esta situación?
Bueno, yo tengo una tica, pero que no la he escrito yo. La he dado de un chat de gente interesada en esto más. Se encuentran miembros del 27N, el Movimiento San Isidro, actuales de dentro y fuera de la isla. Y ellos me dicen que les gustaría que los europeos se pusieran en contacto con sus representantes políticos para exigir a que el Parlamento Europeo revise su contrato con el gobierno cubano para determinar las violaciones de los derechos humanos, firmar las peticiones de apoyo a Hamlet Lavastida, como la que acabamos de escuchar, fomentar una cobertura de prensa continua para mantener la presión sobre el gobierno cubano. Esa cobertura de prensa en un principio la vi tímida en España, pero hoy he visto que se ha activado y me ha alegrado ver los artículos publicados esta mañana. Y la otra, promover la obra de Hamlet Lavastida y a través de punto pues divulgar el parecer y el sentir cubano.
Muchas gracias.
Estoy hablando que no hay mucho tiempo.
Yo sé antes, no sé si se sigue. No. Pero que hay una ahí atrás en fila, por favor.
Gracias. Montagut de .com. Una pregunta para Marco. Usted ha hablado de apoyo y comprensión como dos palabras clave. ¿Qué apoyo y comprensión encuentra en lo que es el tema cubano en el gobierno de España y en la sociedad civil española?
Yo no entendí la pregunta.
¿Cuál es y la sociedad española de la situación que...
¿Qué respuesta he visto en este momento? Pues ahora, así, yo creo que ha sido tímido para lo dramático que ha sido todo lo que ha estado sucediendo en Cuba últimamente, la posición en la cual han estado los artistas y la represión de la que hemos hablado. Mira, aquí tenemos presente algunos miembros del movimiento 27N y movimiento San Isidro, los cuales han estado en reiteradas ocasiones. Y eso, en mi opinión, ha estado muy tímido la comunicación de este fenómeno.
Gerardo, por favor.
Sí, quisiera decir algo. Yo pienso que el gobierno de España podría desempeñar un rol extraordinario como mediador en la situación que se está viviendo en Cuba. Sin embargo, no solo no hay ningún signo de esto, sino más bien que está mirando a los toros desde la barrera. Ojalá que se tome una conciencia de esto y el gobierno pueda resolver la situación en Cuba.
Bueno, a Marcos y a Gerardo, que son cubanos y que como cubanos entendemos cómo funciona a este nivel, ¿no? Y sabemos perfectamente, si no hay un movimiento, digamos, no solamente de los intelectuales, sino de la parte, digamos, de la sociedad civil. Les pregunto, ¿qué puede hacer en Cuba para que esa sociedad civil sea un movimiento? Porque mientras eso no suceda, no importa lo que hagamos a niveles internacionales, vemos que va a ser muy lento el proceso y que posiblemente...
Bueno, Ela, yo pienso que se está poco a poco produciendo un despertar general de la sociedad civil en Cuba. Hay que tener en cuenta que la sociedad civil en Cuba prácticamente había sido eliminada. Había estructura y entonces esto está comenzando a cambiar muy lentamente.
Se perdió el sonido.
¿No me oyeron? ¿Sí? Bueno, pues yo creo que las cosas van cambiando lentamente, pero sin lugar a dudas va a ser un proceso muy lento y que requiere la... ¿Me oyen? ¿Me oyen ahora?
Sí.
Bueno, decía simplemente que me parece que poco a poco Cuba está despertando, la sociedad civil está despertando y sin duda alguna va a ser un proceso lento. Perdón, pero toda contribución de los distintos sectores que se están manifestando, por ejemplo, lo ha hecho la Iglesia Católica, lo ha hecho la masonería, lo han hecho distintos componentes de la sociedad civil, todo esto contribuye a marchar en la dirección correcta de la historia, pero sin lugar a dudas va a ser un proceso lento.
¿Me escuchan? ¿Sí? Bueno, yo pienso que puede también hacer y es que cada cual haga lo que le toca hacer, y eso es un gran paso de avance. Otro haga la revolución o el cambio, no quiero decir la palabra revolución, a cambio por sí mismo, y la mejor manera es empezar. Yo personalmente he estado muy activo tratando de comunicar lo que pasa en Cuba. Yo no... hay un credo, el hecho de que uno esté afuera hace menos válido, ¿no? Y yo no estoy de acuerdo. Todos tenemos derecho a opinar sobre el destino, no importa dónde estén. Y así que si cada cual lo que nos toca, ya eso es un gran...
Bueno, nos encantaría más cuestiones. No vamos a tener para eso en este panel, pero vamos a estar ahí afuera. Les quiero agradecer a su presencia, su solidaridad con el caso de Hamlet Lavastida. Pedirles un fuerte aplauso para Medina, Mosquera, Marco Castillo por su presencia hoy. Muchas gracias.
Se puede, algunos 27N, bueno, amigos, artistas plásticos, van a estar imprimiendo billetes en, pues, recordando esta obra que Hamlet quiso hacer y que nunca dio, y por la que está preso. Creo que de afuera, ¿no? Pues estaremos allá afuera, cuño, todo el que quiera que le imprimamos, los da y se lo imprimimos.
Hola. Muy buenas tardes a todos, a todas. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Simplemente la conversación va a ser vamos a hacer en inglés porque va a estar Himali Singh Soin, un accidente en Londres. Pero no quiero pasar la oportunidad de saludar en castellano y daros las gracias por estar aquí a esta hora en la que casi todos estamos comiendo terminando de comer. My name is Soledad Gutiérrez and I'm Chief Curator at TBA21. I'm here today to explain you how we are approaching, through digital art and through commissioning with a stage, some of the most pressing issues of today. As you've seen throughout the day, first with the voice of Marcus Raymond, Chus Martinez, Barbara Casavecchia, Isabella, you have been how Academy has been working with the ocean. After that, Sofia Lemos, our curator, has introduced you the situation of the Cuban artists, that they are going through different waves of repression. And that shows how we really, from TBA21, we want to work with the relevant things, and those things fast, that it's creating spaces for conversation, spaces for exchange, a space for dialogue, and for in futures. One of the reasons why, and this is the reason why we started a year ago, in the midst of the pandemic stage, the short-term age, a digital platform that was founded as an emergency fund to support artists and practitioners to avoid cultural loss throughout the pandemic. And I'm today, as I said before, with Fion Molinos Gordo, that is here with me, and he is on the screen. Hi, Himali. Both of them have been part of the program of a stage. Asunción is a researcher, is an artist. She's very close to the anthropology, to the sociology, and she's very much interested in those knowledges and looking for alternatives to urban-centered practices, very much coming from the rural area and very concerned for other forms of knowledge. With her, we are going to dive deep into the of sensing as a way of knowledge. And Himali is a writer. He's been researched into the connections, the metaphors from outer and the natural environment to construct imaginary cosmetics and interference. Her poetry is really deep and is almost the first way of approaching the work. And today we will be exploring with her poetic work, the idea of multiple temporalities, how we can inhabit it. But first of all, I'd like to introduce you the idea of stage, because I think it's really important to understand how we got in, how these conversations started, and how we are continuing a practice that started very much moved by Francesca and the desire to change, and that's what we always say. This is a platform moved by the desire of change, and to keep working with artists and producing new throughout the pandemic. I remember the first conversations, because Himali was going to have a performance last year in May at the Museo Thyssen-Bornemisza. And we approached, okay, we are going to keep our commitment. We are going to do something. And Himali got back to us, digital performance. What are we going to do? We need to create a channel. Work could be really respected, really well presented, and therefore, stage throughout conversations in the first months of the pandemic came. Asunción was also one of the first artists we approached. We wanted her to work with us to produce something. Also, that it's really important within it. We remind the owners of the work. They are part of they belong to the property of the artist. It's really important because we want this production platform to be an actual seed funding to unfold the projects. That means, in the case of Asunción, she's been researching for a while in this. She's this piece is part of a long-term research, and she has focused on she will explain the work later, but she has decided to work on those aspects. In the case of Alice, she presented like she's going to read one of those poems of the book today. And it was like kind of closing the back work, and that's really important. For example, to an Andrew Nguyen that has been part of the season, he has done the first visual of a body of work to come. That's something that it's very much close to 21 on our practice in terms of commissioning. We spend a long time and we establish relationships with the artists. And this is something that I would say it's in the NDA, something that Francesca and Daniela Seaman, artistic director, have been always for the last 20 years. And I think that's really important to understand our practice, our desire of change, long processes in connection with our social and political and environmental ecosystems. On stage, we present work. We have a weekly program throughout 2 seasons a year. Work is accompanied by textual materials, a podcast that brings us to the wider topic, and it's very much connected with the reason that moved the artist to produce the piece. That interest that makes it, that gives force to the artist to work on that subject and to produce that piece. There is a conversation between the artist and the curator. There is a research cluster, and this is because, again, processes are really important, and there is a action, an invitation, and engage with different organizations that are connected. And this is also important because with a stage dialogue, not only towards the art context, but also in relation to the society and to the community that support the art and where the art is enrooted in practice. And this is important because with a stage, we wanted to see reality. We wanted to understand it better. We wanted to see what was happening to the artists throughout the globe. And this idea of creating the connection through the call to action was important for us. Then we have had the backstage week. In fact, all these talks are part of a backstage where we explain and where we dive deeper in connections and the narrative created by the artists. We're the talk, and we're going to explore the sensing time. Sensing time becomes very much needed in terms of unfolding a process. We make time. We also time the biggest constructions. Sometimes we believe on grasping a linear time, that's what we have been taught. That's what our education has told us. Like there is one another day, and that's true, of course. That we organize the moon, it's organized that day and night. There are other needs and other times that can coexist on creating, producing, but also on different kind of knowledge. That's we'll discuss the idea of sensing as a new way, as an old way that we have to go back, to produce, to learn, inhabit the possibility of creating. That it's very much enrooted in the practice we are looking at, and that it's very much we are aiming to produce. So I'm going to leave you now with Himali. Time, so in 3 parts. I leave you with Himali, then we will continue with Asuncion, and Himali will finish the.
Hello, everyone. I feel like kind of telepathic presence over there. So, spirit, and one John falls in love with John on a ray of light. The poem arises from one of my first weeks when I went to the Greenwich Observatory. And every evening at the Greenwich Observatory, where the wind runs and cuts the earth in 2 halves, they turn on a laser that cuts the sky in 2 halves. And they asked evening to turn on this switch. I turned on the switch and I realized I had blood on my hands. The same week, I heard a BBC radio show talking about how India didn't have time till the British Empire brought timetable to the railways. Thinking about linear time and its balances. And I imagined a ray of light cutting the sky. And I thought, what if these two particles on a ray of light fall in love with each other? They cannot meet unless one exits linear time. And I realized that love is actually one of the only ways we can the time of extraction, the time of acceleration, the time of colonization. It's with love. One photon falls in love with another photon on a ray of light. Or the contemporary. 0 degrees, 0000 GMT, the prime meridian. Where we are is everywhere, all of the time. You remember what has yet to occur. Everything is always happening, but you think the world moves without narrative. Isolated and made up of dots, we see beyond ourselves, even as we form a wave that split us in the first place. I move closer and closer and get further and further. All mass, no velocity. A point in some separate place without trace. I gaze at your curviness furtively, shimmying toward your shadow, pining for your penumbra. The distance between us holds us together, elastic, always on the verge. We bear each point of ourselves toward each. You multiply away from me and onto your own path. It is love in love with. The subject of your infatuation is secondary. Effaced, you through a Mobius strip of possibility and probability, a field of cross and missed connections. You are tautologically, illogical, telepathic. You are not true, mnemonic, measured, misdirected, made up. You are here and then, here and now, verbalic, metempsychotic, apocalyptic, insatiable. You are a subterranean, bone, nimbus, geological, meteorological, tautological, late. You are extinct before you ever lived, a fossil from the future. I'll continue the love letter at the end after you both speak.
Thank you very much, Himali. And I think this fossil of the future, very interesting connection with the practice of Assumption, because precisely what Assumption is trying to do, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is making sure that the practices, knowledges that are based on nature, that are based on ancestral practices, on rural wisdom, are not fossils from the future, or in the future we don't see them as a fossil knowledge, that they become, or they are still alive, become part of either way for understanding, I mean, the nature and how we relate to the world. Asunción?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know where to start because I'm still really shocked by your poem. Well, yes, I mean, this idea of the fossil, I mean, when I think it's important to give a brief about the work. we can elaborate what we're talking about. So this film is Barruntaremos. I don't know how you know the word in Spanish, barruntar. Is being or is like having a very strong feeling that something is about to happen. This is the word that Pedro Sanz, a cabañuelista, like a methodological, the time, ¿cómo se diría el nombre?
The weatherman.
The weatherman from Segovia. So basically, during the whole life, Pedro as a shepherd, he has been learning about how to predict the weather by observing the landscape and paying special attention to certain elements, like stones, like the way that the moon, when it does, the clouds, the movements of the animals, a million things. He has the capacity to load the information that has with the weather, whether it's going to rain, it's not going to rain. This is a practice that is called cabañuelas. It has been happening in this planet at least since the medieval time. And it has been in practice for shepherds and for generations. And now is now is in the verge of extinction because there's no that much about it. So apart from Pedro and a few other people who still does it, this knowledge is on the verge of extinction, and we are in a way like concerned about how it's going to travel in time. So the thing is, it's a knowledge that's been directly withdrawn from the nature and from being able to be outdoors for such a period of time. When you're a shepherd, the time outdoors is pretty much all of the time you're sleeping. So you really have the capacity to, through your life experience, withdraw all of these conclusions. So this is something that you don't learn in academy. Nobody's, like teaching you to do it. You have, in his family who taught him how to do it. And then he just practiced, and he says in the last 15 years, he has been doing it without support. The way he does it is accurate. And I had this pairing, the way that we are doing it today in terms of energy. In order to know what's the weather like, we have to create a satellite with all of the energy that involves, put it out of the planet in this orbit, start getting of the whole thing, and trying to, by algorithms, figure out what's going to happen. If we Pedro in every area, it will be so energy efficient in the sense like you will have people that are living antennas that can actually gather all of this knowledge, and also affects the way that we relate to our home, like this planet. So one of the things that Pedro was continually highlighting, was how ignorant we were, when I remember when we were, and although I had a little non-class, every time we keep asking questions, he was right about how ignorant we were. How totally unaware, but you don't know that this thing is happening. So idea about who is the ignorant, when country shepherds are being treated like the last men on earth, and being ignorant and backwarded, suddenly it was being reversed. Like the artist and the art crowd, man, and they are completely clueless. And we are going through this learning, this process of learning. So, we can go in so many directions. Maybe you can throw me a question and I can.
You have spoken about things that I think are really relevant in terms of, first of all, high elevated knowledge, the fact the landscape becomes an instrument and a very important tool. We are very much used to it. We think about being in all the canvas, all the landscapes we are going to see throughout the way we go to a museum, mostly is based on landscapes. And that was one of the things you were very interested in, and was how landscape was treated throughout history, and how a different it has when you speak about cabaño, speak about the knowledge that it's based on landscape. And in fact, this is not so much about Pedro speaking, it's about Pedro choosing what are the signs and what are the elements out of that landscape that makes it that inform him for the predictions, no?
Yeah. I mean, coming from a tradition of art, as you said, you know, I mean, when the history of representation and representing landscape, aesthetics were like this kind of gray cloth that is on thing. You see landscape either because it's so, or because it's beautiful, or because it has all of these aesthetical elements, but most of the information about landscape that has to do with, you know, like politics or economy, or, you know, like social life, they're being in a way deleted by the representation. So I thought, how can work in a way that you're working with someone like could disclose all of the methodological you know, information on every element and have not been to admire or to aestheticize or something that it could layers of meaning.
That also something I think it's really interesting. It addresses or it connects in a way we are like that, a series of thinking out loud about the relationship, her own relationship with the landscape, no? How you Antarctica, how you find your brown. We are opposite like that is about that, or with a weird landscape and how inhabit it from a queerness perspective, how queer could be inhabiting a landscape. And in that sense, the landscape of Pedro is very much based on the everyday life and on the everyday knowledge of the place. Mm-hmm. And there is another element that it's important in relation to the learning, that it's this idea of occupying. We were in the podcast, and that, again, going back to a stage, it's important to go to the wider topic. What are we talking about? What you, the artist, in your case, Himali, many of the other artists that have taken part to work with this subject. The case was very much this idea of giving play to those knowledges that are not taught in a school. And maybe...
Yeah, I mean, one of the stronger influences practice is this Master Palestine called Munir Fashe, and he talks about occupation of knowledge. And I really like what Himali was saying about, you know, like the British bringing up time into India. There wasn't any time before. You know, as another form of occupation. I mean, when Munir, I really advise you all to go and listen to Munir. I mean, he talks about, you know, the knowledge is being directly from each one of us, everybody here in this room, that it comes from our life experience. It's been something like an anecdote or something really relevant, but the knowledge that we at a university or in an academy, when we are actually some money to get a degree or some certification, he was talking about education as a form of colonialism, as a form of extending this idea of knowledge. So when you have communities that are sovereign, that have the capacity to generate, to withdraw from inhabiting the world, then you have of people who is going to remove or is make fun of the way you create ideas, or is going to make fun of the way that you don't have time, or you don't, for instance, manners another form of communication. I mean, social behavior. I mean, all of these are crossing paths, way that I like to really understand cultures, at least in this country. I think they're very well understood. Them also through the lenses of colonialism or occupation, not necessarily by another nation comes here and takes over and then it rules. Rather, you know, like the urban or the industrial, the post-industrial taking the rural and telling us again the way we should live life or the way we should to our territory. The point that the level of sovereignty that we have is almost coming also an end. This is one of my main concerns. You know, what is this colonization that the urban centers have the rural? There are many cases from, you know, the paperwork that we have to do. I mean, for instance, one of the best examples about the comparison between a normal satellite and the advantages of having a normal satellite can photograph the entire farming land in this country, and you find who are farming different from the ones they register. The PAC is political common. In English, I think it's CAP, the other way around, the Common Agriculture. So this is something Pedro cannot do. Not provide the sick pad, the record of the satellite, is mischief making when they are cheating, growing different crops in the fields in order to get this, the subsidy, but the satellites do. So at the end of the day, I like to understand technology also as a multifunctional device that sometimes is telling you, like it's like this control remote, you that it was actually doing is, I don't know, the images of the window, but at this another kind of job in it. So also when we think about technologies in general and this multi-function, I think there are a lot of things hidden in there.
And this is something like one of the main challenges, no? Like it seems something sometimes like kind of the most radical are those what sometimes are already existing. And something you do also a lot in your, and I think also relate to Himala's practice is the fact of questioning progress and what does mean and innovation. No? It's another idea we have discussed a lot. Sometimes we have to create this for other ways of doing. I'm saying it's bad, it's not a romantic idea of before everything was better. It's like let's learn and what we already know and build from there and integrate other forms.
The keyword, again, as you said, is in. How we as something that can only happen from minds, those who are recognized and trained, be the experts, and then the category of experts when it shifts to someone like Pedro. If he's all over the TV, like at the beginning of every year, every TV in this country talks to him to know what's the weather like. But the way that he's being addressed, in my opinion, like this peculiar guy from the country who knows how to do these magic things with the weather that is nothing to do with magic, it's just about wisdom and attention and drawing conclusions, which is thing that's continuously and they are not being questioned. Is also by, all of the game that exists within who is the producer, who is actually recognized, or the one that is, like the empire that or the empire that brings language, in our context. I
just
to you to draw your own conclusions about.
And this, as I said before, is a long path, no? Because it's not a project that just came up. You have been researching throughout different practices, throughout different knowledges. For example, now very much focused on water, something we have been dealing a lot with stage, no? Like the different, the property of water, things that are sometimes in your mind, no? How anyone can own the water. That's a huge problem in Chile, and we have worked through the work of Patricia Dominguez, we approach that. I don't know if you want to, and on the different have been looking at, or you have been looking to through this research.
Yeah, for instance, the last project I did for the IBAM Museum had to do with the irrigation system, putting the Arab communities that move in Valencia, and especially we are talking about knowledge production, how it has taken 500 years to recognize who is the origin system of irrigation that is extremely efficient, and it has lasted life until these days, and it's just like that Ferran Esquilache has scientific systems put in place in the Huerta de Valencia, best recognized regions in the world, placed by engineers of Islamic origins. So, this is one of the different that has been doing that has to do with water. And recently now that you can estimate Travesía 4 is an evolution project that has to do with the alfarería and the amount of like thought and have been put together in creating all of these vases and artifact that is of a quality and not something to restore or to store and to put away in the system, but something and to have for the public.
And now, thank you. I'm going to give voice to Himali that I think she wanted in before with the poem. I was texting with her just to bridge the gap, technological distance between London and Madrid.
Thank you. What both of you are talking about is so interesting. And it made me think, your story, Pedro, made me think, I just learned the term astrological forecasting actually comes from weather forecasting. And so it makes me think that obviously interesting connections between older ways or different ways of predicting the future and the weather. And what is Pedro doing by being able to sense a forecast with his body? He's being a bird, right? He is being more like a bird. And birds don't only sense the immediate rain that's coming, but they also migrate. They have a sense of long time climate. And garner anything from that, it makes me just think about how some of the technologies that you're about are short-term campaigns, whereas the different ways of sensing time are also thinking about long-time processes. What are people, beings, the future, the future, or even the past going to be? And that was just a short interlude. I'm going to continue with the poem. The poem is called, in case anyone wasn't there for the beginning, the poem is called One Photon Falls in Love with Another Photon on a Ray of Light. I am solitary and seismic. I transmit energy pulsing across scrims and wormholes, circuiting through currents of code, golden data zigzagging across reason, tracing orbs of darkness and insects and the tips of trees. You are an inscription of breath. Make love to you yourself to a dash of dust, but in a 21st century kind of way. Parallel, looking into each other's eyes, no touch. Opulent with what we hide. Dry-mouthed assertions oscillating through belts of magenta and gardens of faded goodbyes. We are strings that weigh nothing, freezing, losing our way at some bare elevation, and always away. We are strings that nothing. These are brighter than our theories, links like condensations, trails in the sky. I seek you again and again, picturing our brief or impossible reunion. A fugue in F major, versions of waiting, the thin destiny before the cadence, the earth functioning between its axis and tilt. Exhausted by existing outside time, you are serious, I am laughing because there are holes everywhere. I have traveled knots and miles and returned. I have no way of knowing if I passed you in my escapement, in my persistent reconciliation with distance. What we have here is seeping into air. There is no third person. Nothing is also happening Everything is a single thing, anything brushing up against all things. In the distance, on the outskirts, sometimes very close by, sometimes light years away, accumulating imaginary mass, cyan, emphatic, and anesthetic at once. You are the opposite of everything, a conclusion before a premise. You are more and less than every sound, all that it can comprise, almost, already, always, this and that. Where everything is so much, we live in each other's wake, a state of either and or, in reams of language.
Thank you very much. If anyone has any questions? If one, I mean, it's like, okay. Yes, I have.
Actually, I would like to ask the artist, since you've participated in stage, and what has your experience been? Has any feedback? Has the opportunity of working in a cluster of, like a research cluster, these podcasts that we've curated with your work, and the effort TBA21 put into giving a strong context that you are trying to get across, rather than giving us in some form of intuitive relationship work where we have to draw from our own conclusions. You do when you walk around an art or by, and the actual opportunity of online gives us that to spread out and investigate and create. It was the effort that we were making, apart from keeping a relationship going with the artists to work with during the pandemic. That's obviously a part of it. But how did it feel for you to be part of stage? That's
I felt because we had so many things and process from the beginning. It was very good also because everything you mentioned, no, how it's not an art display and then what, it's for other people who want to research and who can have a tool that it has like multiple doors, then you places where to go. And something that it was very funny, that was forever to explain to me, to Pedro, what the stage, because at the beginning he was the TV, when are you going to play this? He's like, Pedro, there's no TV. This is, it's an institution, it's an artist context. And then it's through his, then he learned also about what it and the value of, and even more excited because he knew that he could access a different audience himself, as a creator, as an artist himself. So he got very excited through his niece, who actually explained, what is a museum, because he, as a shepherd, was on many things that had to do with the. And then through this, he became excited, and now it's like, okay, when are we going to continue? And I think you have an invitation for his next June 2022. So in this sense, it has been working with the team the same way, going through all, the difficulties that we beginning, especially working on this really troubled year.
Yeah. And maybe we can extend the question to Himali, because it was very much, we like you, like one of the instigators and the responsible that is happening. So I don't know if you get back to Francesca on that.
That's a lot of weight. I can't. For therapy, because we are all kind of collectively going through so much in the beginning, and here were these people telling you, don't subdue the thing that you're feeling, turn your back on it, face it, make it into something, chisel it. That to be able to process raw in that way and to be encouraged so was actually a way that we didn't have to talk about different ways of, we could practice it, practice the theory that we have been reading. And then the call to action for me was a radical moment that has shifted my entire practice, because now I can't really imagine taking a work without having parallel initiative where I can actually try to feed back into the community in some way or the other.
Thank you.
Quería hacer una pregunta, bueno, en relación al concepto de tiempo, que nos hemos todos en un tiempo lineal y aprendido, y las dos, de alguna manera, las dos artistas, una en sus poemas y en su trabajo, desmantelar de alguna manera este concepto de tiempo. ¿Cuál sería la solución a nivel? Bueno, esto es una pregunta absurda, no tiene solución, yo creo, pero ¿cómo nos salimos, ¿no? Diario, ¿no? Doméstico, ¿cómo nos podemos ir del tiempo que hemos generado? Porque nos hemos educado y hemos aprendido un tiempo constante, nos han educado en un tiempo y luego en nuestra vida adulta estamos luchando continuamente por salirnos de un sistema de tiempo concreto. Me parece interesantísimo, o sea, que sé que es una pregunta difícil y que no tiene respuesta, pero ¿de qué manera? Quizá a través de la poesía, a través del arte es un modo, ¿no?
I can give you an answer from my perspective. I mean, I don't know what's the general solution, but I do personally. My solution with, how time is structuring in my mind, I try to think in the same way that the shepherds think, or my father as a father, I'm thinking. And a time that it doesn't end with my lifetime. For instance, has been planned that he knew he will not collect anything from it, and he still kept doing it. In the room, it is at least the ones. The way we play with him is more ambitious. It's not just okay until I die. That's not the end. I mean, we have to think far. We have to think about overcoming. All of these frontiers that have to do with. I am 36 years old. I have to do such and such because it's the time. All of these other complexities. I remember a friend from telling me how his mother was a because she didn't know what her birthday was. So as we start relating time to our personal, our life, we don't know how long is left. But I mean, of our actions as if we have no death, or we don't personal. I mean, thinking, try to build collective action and as a personal action that over personal time here in this form, inside this body, and can transcend in a cultural form. The Cabañuelas, who invented this thing? It was not one person for sure. It had to do with in common. When it goes down into the culture, it can last, and can be as a living organism for much longer. So if we could transcend, I mean, personally, these are my tricks. I lie to myself. But I mean, in general, collectively, I mean, just by thinking about it and by dismantle, where are the breaks and
when you're trying to think about something in a block, analyze the nature of the block. If that's a real or is an artificial, it has been implemented by an empire, by like a habit or by a, and try to overcome this demand. I don't know.
Himal, you have personal tricks on challenging our current notion of time?
I guess for me, language. And this book, We Are Opposite Like That, this way, and then you have a way, a graphic designer told me that it's a graphic designer's nightmare, and an English teacher's disaster. And for me, that's this level of compliment, because there we start decolonizing so that we can go in and jumble and intervene with words and allow the same language, that a language of occupation and colonization, to then do that deep work for us. So for me, that's the measure of poetry and metaphor, that it can take us through maybe some of the long time about. It can carry us across different periods, and also and non-meaning, so that at some point it becomes legible to those that are trying to extract value from it.
I have, if there are, okay.
Quería daros las gracias a todas por vuestras intervenciones, ha sido súper interesante. Y te quería preguntar, Asunción, muy interesante justo lo que comentando ahora también de cómo hacia esa asociación del colonialismo o de la ocupación de espacios rurales a través de una perspectiva urbana, y ponerlo en relación con lo que estabas comentando de los satélites y formas de predecir y poder sentir esos cambios de tiempo, ¿no? Y me gustaría saber, a través de la propia práctica artística que tú usas, toda la digitalización, el uso de nuevas tecnologías y de los dos polos que normalmente se analizan como muy polarizados entre lo urbano, lo rural, o las prácticas nacionales, etcétera, y los usos lógicos, de alguna manera se podría entender pues que estos satélites están organizando la actividad de personas venían haciendo durante siglos, otro tipo de herramientas y de recursos. ¿Cómo entra tu práctica en relación con esa politización y si de alguna manera desmantela, o sea, si de alguna manera el uso de la tecnología de la forma en la que tú lo aplicas sirve para hacer un acercamiento entre tanto lo urbano y lo rural, como entre formas más tradicionales y formas más alternativas? Una manera de establecer un...
Sí, well, I don't have a particular way of using technology, and I don't have technology that I use or one medium that I use. I normally choose the medium of the technology according to the audience. I made is, okay, who is going to access it, whether it's an online platform, is going to like in a city or is going to be in a museum or whatever. And what is the rules that the audience has to access? I formulate something, sometimes I use technology, sometimes I don't. Like one of the projects that I did years back, a house that it was made of stone, a camera obscura. Anybody who could access it to landscape inverted, and that decision that it was based on the accessibility, having a very good and easy technology involved in the project. And so I don't doing it. I like to think of myself. I mean, this is a bit my mental trip. Como un cirujano, ¿no? En la que so rather than having this is my practice, I do things. It's like, okay, this is the occasion, this is what I'm going to do. How can we work? Can it be done? In the best way, according to the circumstances, to deal with all the the descriptive rural, because it's so intricate that I don't there is one for all? I don't have it. I don't know if somebody... I don't know if I answer your question. Okay.
Okay, so I think it's your chance. And otherwise, thank you very much, Asunción and Mali, for making being serving like a virtual presence. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Asunción, and thank you very much to you for being here.
Diríamos que dé cuenta un poco de la línea problemática que quisiéramos abrir y que sobre todo tiene el objetivo de no solo pensar sobre unas obras de arte o sobre unas prácticas artísticas, sino pensar a través de unas prácticas artísticas. En este sentido es como un posicionamiento de entender el arte, bueno, una comprensión del arte, diríamos, desde un lugar de pensamiento. Y particularmente no de cualquier tipo de pensamiento, sino explorar de qué manera, ¿no? Ciertas prácticas artísticas en el desarrollo de un pensamiento crítico. Bueno, he titulado, por agruparlo de alguna manera, con de maneras de hacer, bajo de centrar espacios de acción en torno a las publicaciones de artistas y el lugar que publicaciones tienen en sus procesos creativos, en esa práctica que muchas veces queda, si se quiere, como práctica menor, pensamiento o ese conocimiento sensible o esa forma particular sensible que se despliega en las publicaciones, muchas veces desatendida, pensando a lo mejor que, desde luego, que las publicaciones de artistas tienen una larga historia que no es, por supuesto, regular ni estable, pero que muchas veces desde cierto sentido común se les entiende desde un lugar de ilustrar, decir así, de un trabajo. Por tanto, nosotros quisiéramos preguntarnos, no vamos a intentar crear una pregunta hoy, pero que una publicación de artista hoy, cuál es el lugar que juega, cuáles son los justamente en los gestos de esas acciones y también a qué podemos llamar publicaciones, porque las experimentaciones, las metodologías de investigación, lo que podría ser la imaginación material, derivas, restos, excesos que se juegan en un trabajo que es parte y desborde del mismo, generan una agencia. Entonces nos interesaba pensar las publicaciones de artistas, no lo digo solo hoy, sino en los foros que vamos a tener los 3 días, que comienza hoy, pero que continúa mañana y se extiende hasta el día sábado, tratar de ampliar la comprensión de publicación, no solo a la idea del libro de artistas, sino también, diríamos, en un sentido, no solo en términos de decisiones de edición, materiales podríamos llamar bastante, como los afiches o recortes o incluso notas que forman parte del proceso. Pensábamos que era interesante ver a ello. Entonces, en este cruce quería abrir como la reflexión a lo mejor con algunas preguntas sobre qué pueden tener los modos de presentación de un creativo en la práctica artística, ¿no? ¿Cuál es la subversión incluso política que se juega en la forma, que no da lo mismo, las formas no son ingenuas, no da lo mismo la forma que se levanta en un trabajo u otro, y cuáles son las principales transformaciones también a las que se ven enfrentadas las publicaciones de artistas en el contexto actual. Bueno, luego operar algunas de estas muy transversales. Hoy día en realidad nos vamos a entrar en unas prácticas singulares desde su trayecto, ¿no? Tanto del de David como del de Cristina. Y quisiera presentarles brevemente. Cristina Garrido es artista, vive aquí en Madrid habitualmente. Luego de cursar sus estudios de Bellas Artes en la Universidad Complutense de Madrid, siguió sus estudios en Londres y ha recibido diversos premios, entre los que a lo mejor podría destacar el de proyectos de arte Fundación Montemadrid o la beca de la Fundación Botín de Artes Plásticas. e incluso el premio ARCO para jóvenes en el año 2018. Su trabajo ha sido expuesto en diversos lugares y tanto en el contexto nacional como internacional. Por mencionar solo algunos de estos recorridos, diría el Centro de Arte Andaluz o alguna exhibición también en Bruselas, en La Habana. Hay algunos de los lugares, no las instituciones, pero algunos lugares compartidos de exposición en Sao Paulo, en Londres, en Madrid, entre otros. Y bueno, ya profundizaremos, pero diríamos que algunas de las problemáticas fundamentales que ha abordado el trabajo de Cristina o que investigan tiene que ver con un interés por explorar el valor que culturalmente se le asigna a los objetos y en particular esos objetos calificados como arte. Y diría también no solo ese interés como en términos abstractos, sobre todo de la circulación de las mercancías, que parece que se diera en términos de procedimientos que desconocemos, sino sobre todo de gestos concretos, ¿no? Para explorar, ¿no? Y poniendo también una reflexión crítica sobre los de exposición del arte, estructuras y quizás a partir de ahí explorar esos más bien las instituciones, la comunidad de prácticas y de relación. David Maroto también, bueno, estaba justo hablando con porque es de presentación también por corridos múltiples, ¿no? De artista visual, investigador, escritor. Y bueno, cierta práctica que se podría identificar como curatorial, aunque a lo mejor no te identificas como curador, pero sí una práctica que podría estar en esa fricción. Actualmente vive en Rotterdam y realizó también estudios doctorales en Edinburgh of Art, individuales, colectivas, en Estocolmo, en Londres, en Barcelona, en Granada, en Varsovia, en Berna, en Estambul. Y también tiene un trabajo de diversos que ha ido realizando y bueno, no quisiera extenderme demasiado en esta intervención inicial. Quisiera darte la palabra, David, para que a partir de ahí podamos comenzar a lo mejor otro diálogo y andar en alguna de estas problemáticas, sobre todo en lo que nos detendremos hoy, que tiene que ver con esta exploración de un medio, si se quiere, un medio en las artes visuales, como es el medio de la novela dentro de un proyecto artístico. Muy bien.
Gracias, Andrea. Primero de todo, asegurarme todo el mundo me oye bien. Es un poco como la discoteca silenciosa, ¿no? Que no hay baffles fuera, todo el mundo tiene que tener sus baffles. Bueno, gracias, Andrea, por la invitación. Me gustaría muy brevemente sobre algunas ideas y cómo de ellas se formalizan. He estado haciendo durante un tiempo. Sí, soy artista visual, pero digamos que en el año 2011 publiqué una novela llamada Ilusión. Pero mi intención no era realmente escribir una novela, sino que lo que quería era introducir la novela dentro de un proyecto artístico, ¿no? El problema con el que me confronté hace 10 años es que sobre este tipo de práctica no existía ningún conocimiento. Es decir,